yenziwe ngobuqhophololo. Uminister we-ANC uGwedemantashe wathi uyazama ukubana aba bantu ancedisana nabo ngokuthumela iofisi yakhe kuzostothwa. Lento yayekwa only for 6 months. Ibuyile the past 2 months emvuleni aba bantu basiwe etheni uba kuzawublasta aba bantu basebenzisa la mine. Okwesibini, ngoku kunikezelwe le permit kubantu abatsha and inkosi yaphayana ibhatalwa ngurhulumente kunye nalaa nkampani pha uba mayiqhubekeke inikeze imvume. Ayihlali kule lali inaba bantu bale ngxaki, ihlala kwilali ekude le. Minister Gwedemantashe, nikeza abantu ilungelo labo lokuba bazicingele ngemali yabo.
IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP note with serious concern the persistently high level of youth unemployment and the rising cost of living, both of which continue to place immense pressure on South African households, deepening the poverty and inequality, and undermine the dignity of the future and progress of millions of young South Africans. Political freedom has not yet delivered a meaningful social and economic justice for all of South Africans, as millions still face limited opportunity for dignified life. The intervention introduced by the Government of National Unity are welcomed. However, far greater agents, coordinating and measured implementation is required to meaningfully address the socio-economic challenges confronting South Africans. The IFP submits that the starting point in confronting South African unemployment crisis must be deliberate prioritization of South Africans within the labour market. In this regard, we consider that it should be given to implementation of 80-20 employment framework, requiring companies to ensure that majority of their workforce consists of South African citizens. In addition, entry-level and low-skilled employment opportunity should be prioritized for South Africans, particularly youth, as part of a broader strategy to tackle unemployment, expand economic participation, and restore dignity through meaningful work. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, ANC.
Honourable Speaker, in his 2026 Freedom Day address, President Cyril Ramaphosa reminded us that democracy rests on the rule of law, human dignity, and Ubuntu. He confronted the rise of xenophobic sentiment linked to migration and acknowledged that South Africans have legitimate concerns about public services, economic opportunities, and border management. These concerns are real and must be addressed, but under no circumstances should these descend into lawlessness. When citizens take the law into their own hands, they undermine democracy and violate the freedoms they claim to defend. Xenophobia is not patriotism. It betrays the solidarity that sustained our liberation struggle, the African nations that sheltered us, and the values on which our democracy is built. The state must secure our borders, enforce our laws, and restore public confidence. But society must also reject division, violence, and scapegoating. Our prosperity is tied to the peace and development of the continent, and building the future demands calm, principled leadership. We therefore call on all South Africans to allow the state to perform its constitutional duty, engage through lawful processes, and refuse to be divided. South Africa cannot build its future through fear. We cannot solve economic challenges by turning on one another, nor honor our liberation history while abandoning the principles that defined it. Thank you.
Thank you, PA.
Madam Speaker, we are losing the battle against mine crime. We need a specialized police
Sorry,
unit.
I said PA.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, I rise today to highlight the engagement with Stellenbosch University on the urgent matter of transformation. Our institution of higher learning cannot continue to drag their feet while students and staff face exclusion and inequality. Transformation is not a slogan. It must be visible in language policy, in access, and in culture. Stellenbosch University has acknowledged the challenges, but acknowledgement alone without decisive action is meaningless. We cannot allow any institution to remain a fortress of privilege. Parliament must hold them accountable to ensure the campus reflects the diversity and justice our democracy demands. The time for half measures is over. Stellenbosch University must accelerate transformation, not for compliance, but for fairness and dignity, and the youth and our future. Even when target sets are met and exceeded, The bar keeps on being moved, and our colored children's rejection is hidden behind administration and explanations. This needs to be looked into ASAP.
Thank you, DA.
Are you going to hear my speech just now?
Madam Speaker, we are losing the battle against mine crime. We need a specialized police unit to tackle it now. Valamgodi has come and gone, and the situation is worse. It's not just mining without a license and illegal immigration and trespass. It's forced labor and terror and murder and extortion and slave labor and bullied communities and stolen cables and destroyed infrastructure. It is taking out and destroying value of around 60 billion rand every year. If mined properly, about 15 billion rand of that would be paid to the state in taxes and royalties. The police can't cope. At stations like Langlaagte, they don't go out to tackle large armed gangs warring with automatic weapons in the night. For them, it's too dangerous. They have neither the weaponry, nor the leadership, nor the knowledge. Mine crime is complicated. It can hide behind fake documents and bought permissions. It is covered by obscure and corrupt bureaucracy and the need for highly technical knowledge. That is why we need to give our police the tools to do the job. We need to create a specialized police unit to deal with mine crime. It must have the technical skills to determine crime, the prosecutorial muscle to ensure that criminals are swiftly convicted, and the firepower to win against ruthless gangs that steal the wealth and life chances of South Africa's people. We can no longer delay. The mine crime gangs are strangling the mining industry and stealing one of the ropes that we could climb out of poverty.
UDM.
Mhlali ngaphambili thina sifuna ushukuxa lo mba wabantu bangaphandle abaza apha ngengekho mthethweni kuyinene nenyaniso emsulwa ukuthi abo batoyitoyayo apha ekhantrini bathetha into eyiyo kuba alikho ilizwe elinguvula zibhuqe kuxhele yakhe akabuzwa bangena abantu kwilizwe bafike baphangele kuba sithelekiswa ngoosomashishini abamhlophe abangabathandiyo abantu bamnyama abasuka ngaphandle nto nje baya ba-exploiter. Asizuthi abantu boMzantsi Afrika xa betyiwa ikoni senyaweni sibaphikise sithi bathetha unobenane okanye sithi into abazithethayo zimbini ezolo yakwagculuwe. Urhulumente unoxanduva lokusombulula into ye-illegal immigration ukuthi abaseMzantsi Afrika ngongekho mthethweni mabapakishe absaka zabo baphume ngaphandle ukuze sokwazi ukujongana nemicelimngeni yaseMzantsi Afrika. Ian Khama wayengumongameli waseBotswana wathetha latsola wathi abakwazi ukuthi omongameli beAfrika namazwe bamosha amazwe abo balindele ukuthi uMzantsi Afrika ube yi-Labour Bureau for the rest of the African continent without accountability ngento abazenzayo. Ayina pan-Africanism, yimfungu nje kufuneka siyilungisile. Abo bamatshayo mabangacalula abantu ngobuhlanga, mabamatshele ukuthi kulungiswe lo mba ngendlela eyiyo.
Ixesha lakho ke seliphelile lukehloniphekileyo. ANC.
So what I'm going to bring to the FFC is a change to our annexures on men and donors.
ANC.
I want it to be max 3 years. So I don't want to front run it, the FFC can decide. But
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC welcomed the vital work of the Mdlanga Commission that was initiated by President Ramaphosa to investigate the exposed corruption and malfeasance within the South Africa Police Service. The process reflects a stern commitment to democratic process such as accountability, transparency, and reinstating public trust in our law enforcement
Can you come
institutions.
closer to your mic? Come closer to the mic.
The African National Congress has unwavering prioritized the fight against corruption as reflected in the renewal agenda and the police, which are aimed to building a capable, ethical, and development state. The work done by the Commission strengthens these efforts for ensuring that wrongdoings is confronted decisively and without fear or favor. The Commission's hearings have been instrumental in exposing the depth
and infiltration by organized crime within our law enforcement agencies by providing a platform for whistleblowers and brave officials to testify. The Commission is finally addressing the systematic rot of tender corruption that has long hindered the fight against crime. The reaffirmed in the State of the Nation Address 2026, we remain resolute in rooting out corruptions across all sectors, strengthening oversight mechanism and professionalization the public service. We further support the implementation of the Commission's recommendations and call for consequence management against those implicated. In doing so, we advance the vision of the accountability state that serves the people of South Africa. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Umkhonto wesizwe party.
Mhlonishwa Somlomo, njengoba sigubhe usuku lwabasebenzi ngoMeyi 1, ngesonto eledlule iqembu le-MK lihlonipha izigidi zabasebenzi baseNingizimu neAfrika ekukhuliseni leli lizwe kaningi ngaphansi kwezimo zobunzima, ukungalingani kanye nokuhlukunyezwa. Sihlonipha labo abalwele iholo elifanele, isithunzi kanye nelungelo lokuhlangana. Umzabalazo wabo wakhulisa inkululeko esikhuluma ngayo namhlanje. Kodwa ke Somlomo, ukungasebenzi kusezingeni elibhlungu kakhulu. Izigidi azinawo umsebenzi. Labo abasebenzayo baphansi kwencindezi enkulu. Amanani okudla akhuphukayo, izindleko zokuhamba kanye nemiholo emile ecindezela imndeni emaphethelweni. Abasebenzi abaphili baphila ngokuzama ukusinda. Isithembiso sokulungisa kwezomnotho asikafezeki namanje. Iqembu le-MK lime ngokuqinile nabantu abasebenzayo likholelwa ukuthi ingcebo yaleli lizwe kufanele izuze labo abayikhiqizayo. Sibiza isenzo esiqinile sokudala imisebenzi, ukuvikela abasebenzi nokwakha kabusha izimboni zethu. Iqembu le-MK ekufanele ukuthi lihlale lilungisile lizobuyisela isithunzi kubasebenzi futhi libeke bona phakathi
Siyabonga
nokuguqulwa komnotho.
isikhathi
Siyabonga.
sakho sesiphelile. Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, hunger is a daily reality for millions of South Africans. As a country, we produce enough food, but that food is not reaching households. The problem is not supply, it is access. Nearly 1 in 5 households struggle to put food on the table, and many go to bed hungry every night. The cost of living is crushing working people. Families are spending most of their income just to survive, with food taking a large share of what little they have. At the same time, South Africa throws away millions of tons of food every year, food that is still safe to eat. Retailers would rather destroy this food than donate it because the law exposes them to legal risk. Our communities are suffering both hunger and poor nutrition. Children are not growing properly, while unhealthy food is making others overweight. This crisis hits black households, women and children the hardest. Many families led by women are going hungry. It is unacceptable that children go hungry in a country that wastes so much food. If we recovered even half of the food we waste, we could feed millions. South Africa needs a clear food donations policy and legal protection to ensure food reaches those who need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ANC.
The Border Management Authority has officially announced the successful private sector bidders for a multi-billion rand redevelopment of South Africa's 6 most strategic land ports of entry. The ANC welcomes this announcement as a victory for the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Under the leadership of the ANC-led government, the establishment and now the expansion of the BMA represents a fulfilled promise to protect South African sovereignty while fostering regional integration and marks a critical milestone in the government's commitment to modernizing the nation's infrastructure and securing its borders. The project executed through a public-private partnership, focuses on the redesign and total overhaul of the following 6 ports: the Beit Bridge, the Limpopo, the Maseru Bridge, the Fixbeck, the Kopfontein, and the Oshoek. The redevelopment will transform these ports into one-stop border post, featuring state-of-the-art technology, dedicated lanes for various vehicle classes, and an integrated digital system to facilitate the seamless movement of the peoples and goods.
Thank you. DA.
Honourable Speaker, while taps are dry, sewage flows streets and pylons line the ground, with the SIU probing numerous corruption cases, the Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, Babalwa Lobishe, had the luxury of attending the Metro FM Music Awards in eThekwini on 25 April 2026. The DA has submitted parliamentary questions on who paid for the trip, but it is fair to assume that the very ratepayers...
Can you try and come closer to the mic?
Shall I start again?
You can.
Honourable Speaker, while taps are dry, sewage floods streets and pylons lie on ground, with the SIU probing numerous corruption cases, the Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, Babalwa Lobishe, had the luxury of attending the Metro FM Music Awards in eThekwini on the 25th of April 2026. The DA has submitted parliamentary questions on who paid for the trip, but it is fair to assume that the very ratepayers without water and electricity, living in sewage and violent crime, footed the bill. This is the very same mayor that repeatedly failed to appear before the committee and had been to be threatened by formal summons. Nelson Mandela Bay residents deserve better than this. As Minister, the DA calls on Honourable Khabisa to draw a line in the sand and choose to fight for the residents. His department transfers billions of rands to metros like NMB, and he cannot allow for precious resources to flow down the drain due to mismanagement. Having pressed criminal charges against the mayor for lying to Parliament, the DA will support any decisive action against the ANC-EFF PA coalition to get Nelson Mandela Bay working. I thank you.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We welcome the establishment of the new training center at Walter Sisulu University, a vital intervention to address the skill shortage in the construction center. This initiative speaks directly to the serious and urgent need to equip young people with practical skills which will enable participation in infrastructure development and economic growth. The African National Congress has long listed skills development as a foundation of transformation, emphasizing the alignment of education and training with the needs of our economy. This is reflected by government policies that promote artisan development, technical training, and expanded access to vocational education. The successive State of the Nation's address have emphasized the commitment, highlighting the importance of investing in TVET colleges, strengthening partnership with the industry, and building capable personnel to drive infrastructure development. The Walter Sisulu University Training Center is a clear and practical expression of these commitments, creating pathways for young people to gain relevant skills while supporting national development priorities. As the ANC, we commend this initiative and call for the replication across the country to ensure inclusive and sustainable job creation. Ke a leboha, Musa Khotle.
Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, our communities across this country, particularly the Cape Flats, ravished by social ills, abandoned children, long waiting lists for rehab, SASSA fraud, you name it. Pensioners are standing in queues for hours. These challenges require a capable, ethical leader. Instead, we have a department engulfed in total crisis of governance, led by a minister who's the main instigator. First, it was the appointment of a 22-year-old niece of a special advisor as chief of staff without qualifications needed. When asked about it, she didn't know. Just this week, it was exposed that the minister allegedly forced an employee to pay over a portion of a salary to her daughter. I'm not sure what the story is going to be for that. Most outrageous is the Cars for Cadres scandal, where the minister received 2 luxury SUV cars by foreign entities, supposedly for the ANC Women's Lead, slyly concealing them from executive and IC disclosure laws by registering them in her children's name. The minister told us it's to protect them from the creditors. Yeah, a minister drenched in scandals cannot possibly do a job. So kan dit nie aangaan nie. We reiterate our call to the president, fire this minister immediately. I cannot help but notice the silence of the GNU collaborators. Are you comfortable sitting alongside cabinet crooks? You are complicit and biased still. Ek gaan lastig wees in hierdie department in. Minister, I'm not sure where she is. We will see you tomorrow in the committee with the receipts. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, this concludes member statements. I've got 7 opportunities for ministerial statements. Are there any ministers who would like to respond to the member statements? Thank you. We'll start with Minister Creasy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank Honourable Malemache for drawing attention to the National Rail Master Plan, which is currently out for public comment. This National Rail Master Plan sketches out the long-term future of freight and passenger rail, and it is intended to ensure that we have an integrated, coordinated national framework for the future of rail over the next 30 years. It's very important that all public transport and private sector stakeholders understand this plan and help to shape it at this formative stage. Public consultation will be taking place in KwaZulu-Natal at the Civic Centre on the 7th of May, and in the Western Cape on the 13th of May, also at the Civic Centre. I urge honourable members to invite members of the public to attend these forums and to help us to build a truly national rail master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Kubai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon, members. Just to appreciate the comments about the Madlanga Commission and the work that is being done, and also to commend the work that they've been done. But I think it's important, when the commission was established, quite a number of people were quite critical of the President's intention in terms of the work. And want to say, as we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, these are institutions and processes that are available for the head of the state and government to be able to deal with challenges that are faced. And therefore, we do appreciate the feedback by society, not only honourable members, by the work that is being done by the Madlanga Commission. I think it's important every time when the commission are being done as well, that members of the public take cognizance of what the terms of reference are saying, because that helps in understanding its mandate, and also the prescripts of how it operates. And also further, we appreciate the work that has been done, but also what President has given as an instruction, that when a report is issued in between, action should be taken, and we commend the teams, the task team that has been working. It's prosecution-led investigation that has been doing all the work to ensure that when the cases go to court, they do not fall apart, and we want to commend the leaders in terms of SAPS and NPA in ensuring that this does become a reality and it can be work that we are commending. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and to a number of members who raised interrelated issues on immigration and border management. Firstly, to respond to the comments regarding the public-private partnership that has been launched now for the redevelopment, demolition and physical rebuilding of our 6 busiest land ports of entry. This is indeed a transformative project for our country, the biggest investment we've ever made in improving border management, and our next goal must be to ensure that we get to the sod turning and the actual construction work starting. But we have made significant progress in getting to this point of announcing the selected bidders. The second point is really on the revised white paper for citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, an opportunity for this House to really make its voice heard and be part of the solution. We will be bringing draft legislation to implement that white paper, and this is the opportunity for us, honourable members, to move from pointing out problems towards implementing solutions. If we work together now to process that white paper into appropriate legislation, we really have an opportunity to take a gigantic leap forward in dealing with these problems. Honourable Speaker, our approach is clear. We are not against any people or group of people. We are for the rule of law. South Africa has laws in place. When people violate those laws, there must be consequences. But equally, we also have laws in place upholding the basic constitutional rights of every person. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Smelane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to respond to the notion of government neglect towards building of houses and assistance by political parties, business, and any other individual outside government in the provision of houses. That it is not an indication of neglect. Over 5 million houses have been built by the government of South Africa, providing the poor whose policy advocate for the elderly, people with disabilities, child-headed households, amongst others. And this is done in line with the full ownership, which subsequently follows on top of the house that would have been provided through the allocation of title deeds. To fast-track the need for housing, we have also introduced service stands for categories which are outside the 3 which have been outlined. For the gap market, we have allocated no less than 6,000 which have been approved in the past financial year to deal with the gap market for individuals earning between 3,501 to 22,000 who receive a grant through National Housing Finance Corporation of government to ensure that we subsidize individuals who are falling within the gap market. 34 billion that has been allocated to human settlement, yes, is not enough, but it has been properly utilized, particularly one for catalytic projects, which also includes improving common facilities which are utilized. Our grants have been extended to make sure that we assist municipalities to deal with waste in human settlement, stormwater, sanitation, and sewer. Special planning is given to support municipalities to register informal settlements, to formalize settlements. And our target in the past financial year and the coming financial year is hovering around 205 of the informal settlements. We appreciate the support all political parties do build. In Mpumalanga, the Premier handed over no less than 11 houses built by the African National Congress to donate to people. We don't just say if people donate, it's the party that cares for a government that doesn't. But actually, we welcome everybody to donate, so we ensure that South Africans are housed properly. But what is allocated, we give best to what we sealed. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Minister Shabisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to honorable members. In relation to the question of the Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay visit, the department will confirm as to who paid for the expenses and was the trip not sanctioned by council. But I must emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that every member of the society or entity has an obligation to hold the mayor or public representative into account if public resources are abused on non-council matters. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of Labour, followed by Minister Mantashe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you to the Honorable Member of the MK Party. what the member did not say is that the ANC government, in the past 30 years of its rule, turned political emancipator into tangible action to working class and legislation that it came with. The ANC ushered in a progressive constitution which recognized the enduring commitment to dignity, equality, and justice for all workers. This constitution was the foundation for the transformative legislation that safeguards labor rights, promotes fair working conditions, and empowers workers across sectors. The Labor Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, the CCMA, the National Minimum Wage Act, among others. We recognize that our workforce remains deeply racialized and gendered, particularly in the upper echelons of strategic decision-making. Hence, the Department of Employment and Labor.
Order, Minister. Honorary, what's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, will the Minister tell us why only 14 people attended the May Day rally in Joburg?
That's not the point
The
of
workers,
order.
only 14.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. That's actually not a point of order, and you are distracting the member. Can you proceed, Minister?
The honourable member must go back and do mathematics. There were no 14 members there. I'm saying, Honourable Speaker, the Department of Employment and Labour gazetted the regulations that will enforce and make sure that the employers set targets on employment equity. It is the continued work of realization of the hard-won democracy and the contribution of workers. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Mantashe.
I'm dealing with two questions. The first question is raised by Honorable Mende. One of the things that the AFF must realize is that the people of Mhlangoma are not members of the EFF, all of them. It has a presence. But what they want, when we send a delegation to Mhlangoma to deal with the problem, they want us to account to them. And we're refusing to do that. They even ask us to do it in writing, and we're refusing to do that because we deal with a community, not a party in Mhlangoma. That's why even last week, Honorable Speaker, our team was in Mhlangoma to listen to the question of a quarry and the community and the problems involved. And one of the things that we must all appreciate is that where there is mining, there will be blasting. Where there is blasting, there will always be confusion. I can caution you, Honorable Mende, I can caution you. People of ZAC were having the attitude, it's better for this mine to go. When it has gone, I'm receiving representation that this departure of this mine is a disaster for that community. I appreciate that. Don't go to that extreme when you deal with problems of blasting and the neighborhood. They will always be there when there's blasting and there's neighborhood. That is the question I wanted to answer. We do attend to the Mhlangomo issue. We send technical teams there. We don't go there as political activists to campaign. We send people to deal with the issues technically in Mhlangomo. So we know that case. We have a team working on it, and it is working on it. Now let me go to Honorable Lorema. I want to give him only one brief answer. Honorable Lorema must appreciate that when there's black investment, there is investment. He has this mistake of thinking that investment is only white investment. I'm not a subscriber to white supremacy. I'm a subscriber to development and projects. And if our people invest, that's why on the 15th, we're opening a shaft in Mpumalanga because black South Africans are investing. And we appreciate that and want that to grow rather than dilute it by preferring white investment. Mining is growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes ministerial statement. I know that there were many ministers who wanted to respond, but unfortunately, it's only 7 allocations. Honorable Chief Whip of the DA, what's the point of order? And Honorable Mentor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister insinuated in his response, and I think you would have heard it, that Honourable Lorimer is a subscriber to white supremacy because he juxtaposed himself to Honourable Lorimer and said that he is not that. I think the Minister would find that both Honourable Lorimer and his father was a Progressive Party Member of Parliament who fought against apartheid is the furthest thing from that, and I would like to ask you to withdraw.
Honorable Member, I will look at the question as well, at the statement as well as the response by the Minister, and I will come back to the House in terms of the request that you are making. Honorable Mentor.
Speaker, it will be not correct for this Parliament and this House to accept what Minister Gwede is saying, because the people of Mdlankomo have rights. In terms of human rights, they are being abused. Being told to go and sit on a highway is wrong. The impact assessment that was done, their homes are cracking. A child fell into that pit and she died. So Gwede comes here and say that is correct. The people of Mdlankomo, because they are EFF members, they must be abused. That cannot be accepted. Therefore, we will bring a petition to this House, and tomorrow we are going to the public protector. We will show you.
Honorable members, I don't think we need to actually have a debate. I do think that the Minister might have, I will actually come back, Minister, if you can take your point, and Honorable Reddy. I do think that the Minister will have to clarify himself on a matter of people being told to go on the street as to whether that has happened and what his views are on that. And maybe, Minister, in the same vein, you might just clarify the point of whether you referred to Honorable Lorimer as a white supremacy in your response. But before I come to you, Minister, Honorable Reddy, are you having a point of order?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The response to the MK question by the Minister is ill-informed if she believes that there's houses being delivered and people have dignity in this country. She's living in cuckoo land. The fact that MK party president had to go and donate houses reflects a poor condition of the state of housing delivery in this country. In fact, it is a fact that housing delivery has dropped considerably under your leadership.
Honorable Reddy, you know very well that what you are now raising is a point of debate. It's not a point of order. It's a point of debate. Can I ask Minister maybe to clarify on the 2 points?
The first issue is that all I'm saying, we are dealing with the issue of Mdlankomo. It's not an EFF issue, it's a community issue. That's all I'm saying. It's not an EFF issue, it's a community issue, and we deal with it as a community issue. That's why we are sending technical teams to deal with the issue technically. Yeah, that is it. You can bring the petition, we'll receive it, but it will be attended as a community issue. I didn't say Honorable Lorimer is a white supremacist. I referred to white supremacy as a concept and an ideology. And I'm saying if he wants to put himself in that ideological framework, it's a choice he's making. I'm talking about an ideology of white supremacy which is emerging and growing in South Africa. We must avoid it at all costs.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the responses on ministerial statement and clarification, and I think If there are any matters that might have been missed, we will come back to this House. And I'm sure if members would like to pursue some matters with ministers, we can encourage that to happen. Can we now have the Secretary to read the first order?
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Transport on petition from Amadiba community requesting National Assembly to investigate their concerns regarding N2 Wild Coast Toll Highway project. Ms. N. Mbuthuma.
Thank you. I would request the chairperson of the committee, Honorable S.D. Slamlela, to come and introduce the report. Thereafter, there will be declarations from parties as requested.
Honorable Speaker, friends and compatriots, representatives of the people of South Africa, thanks very much for the opportunity to table this report for consideration and adoption by the House. Honorable Speaker, we received the petition, the committee received the petition for consideration on the 10th of September 2025. The petition called for the changing of the route of the N2 Wild Coast Highway route between the Mtetu and Mbuthuma bridge and to conduct a midterm evaluation of the N2 Wild Coast Highway project. Honorable Speaker, upon receiving this petition, the committee was briefed and met with the Amadiba Crisis Committee on the 16th of October 2025, on which the following issues were raised by the petitioners. One, that the residents and committee members in Amadiba believe that the development is important for the area and that improving road infrastructure is vital. Two, that the environmental and social impact research and assessment for the N2WCH some 20 years ago are now outdated, and considering new knowledge and experience of road building in the province of the Eastern Cape. Also, that the community's rights and voice have been overlooked on the consequence of displacement, loss of livelihood, and cultural and heritage degradation, which will be immense and irreparable if the alignment is not changed. Honorable Speaker, after careful consideration of the issues raised by the petitioners, the committee appointed Honorable Nkopane, to whom we are very indebted and appreciative of her contribution in facilitating the engagement between Sanral and the petitioners. And upon appointing the facilitator, she convened both parties on the 17th, the 24th and November and the 3rd of December 2025 in Gqeberha and in East London in the province of the Eastern Cape. And out of this engagement, both parties finally proposed what they deemed as a necessary way forward. And on the 17th of February 2026, Honorable Speaker, the committee met to make observation, consider proposed way forward by the two parties, and make final recommendation to close the petition. And to this effect, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the committee made the following recommendation in conclusion to the petition. One, that the South African Road Agency Limited must on quarterly basis update the committee on the project and all related projects, including Mtetu and Mskaba Bridge, for continuous monitoring. Two, that having noted the great work Sanral is doing in as far as intergovernmental relation is concerned, it encourages the Sanral to continue that until the end of the project, because the IGR is a cornerstone for success of the project of this nature. Also, that the Sanral must ensure that all contractors and subcontractors are compliant to the environmental impact assessment, which is one of the critical concerns raised by the petitioners. But lastly, we also recommend that the committee support the project and do not recommend any change to the route as required by the petitioners, as Sanral and the Department of Transport have followed all the necessary requirements to ensure that this project is a success. I hereby submit, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Declarations have been requested. State will now take the MK party.
Ngibingelele Speaker.
Before ngiqhubeke speaker, ngiyafisa ukuphakamisa le eKZN ngibingelele ubaba uMphephethu. Phakela umthakathi siyabingelela MK party mfowethu. Macingwane ngizwe siyanibingelela mfowethu. Jacinta Ngobese Zoom siyanibingelela bafowethu. Honorable Speaker, we stand in full solidarity with the Amadiba Crisis Committee that Usisi Mbuthuma is waging. She has waged a heroic, decade-long struggle to defend her people's land, her people's livelihoods, and dignity against the destructive mining and top-down neoliberal infrastructure model. Her petition is a righteous cry from the dispossessed. And the people's mandate of MK Party is the only vehicle that can deliver the justice that such people deserve. The parliamentary committee process overseen by the DA-led initiative has revealed the limits of liberal opposition politics. It can make noise, but it cannot bring fundamental change because it operates within the same logic that caused the crisis. In an attempt to answer Ms. Mbutuma's prayer, we do not just want to move a road inland. We want to reclaim the entire process of infrastructure to serve the people of that area. The entire N2 project must be brought under to revive the state construction company. South Africa as a state needs to have a proper construction company that will serve its people, that will employ its people, such that we stop handing over critical infrastructure projects that would bring a lot of money and a lot of jobs to the people of South Africa. A community development trust must hold an unassailable equity stake in such a company. The project must provide permanent state employment for local people, and this will transform the communities that it will serve, from displaced victims into the owners and beneficiaries of a national asset. This highway cannot be an isolated racetrack. It must be the spine of a regional system that includes a dedicated logistics corridor for local commerce in the center of the Amadiba and formally integrated into a state-financed taxi industry that will serve as a feeder network connecting every village to opportunities. A full and transparent evaluation of an inland route must be conducted, not on a basis of cost for Sanral, but on the basis of its potential as a true development corridor that will seek to benefit its people. My people look towards the Wild Coast. There's a place there, the same place, Madiba. A great battle for the soul for that place has been waged. A brave daughter of the soil, a woman of peace who loves her land and who stood up and said, "Not in our time." So, Ms. Mbuthuma, for this, we applaud you. She united 5 villages in an attempt to challenge this bill. Now she faces another giant 28 billion rand highway. But a fight, the Amadiba struggle, is not a simple complaint about a road, but it is God's own mirror. It is showing the nation that the two paths that lie before us. The cry from the Amadiba community is not just about the curve of the road.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
The EFF.
Ngiyabonga, Deputy Speaker. Ngiyabingelela kumkhuti wemasotsha emnotho eSouth Africa, commissars, fighters, and the ground forces of the economic freedom fighters. Deputy Speaker, the economic freedom fighters rise in this House to reject the continued marginalization of the Amadiba community in the implementation of the N2 Wild Coast Toll Highway project. This report confirms that our people have been saying all along, development is not the problem, exclusion is. The people of Amadiba are not anti-development, they are anti-imposition. They are against a model of development that is imposed on them without meaningful consent, without updated environmental considerations, and without respect for their livelihoods, culture, and land. The Portfolio Committee itself acknowledges that there is an impasse, but instead of resolving it in favor of justice, it chooses convenience. Instead of deepening democracy, it protects bureaucracy. Instead of listening to the people, it sides with SANRAL. We are told that processes were followed, consultations held, reports compiled, approvals granted. But we must ask, what is the value of a process that does not produce justice? What is the consultation if it does not influence outcomes? What is the participation if decisions are already predetermined? The environmental assessment relied upon are over 2 decades old. The cost of project have escalated drastically. Communities are raising legitimate fears about displacement, loss of agricultural land, destruction of heritage sites, and the collapse of local economies. Yet, SANRAL arrogantly insists that everything is in order. Even more concerning is the refusal to consider a midterm review, something that Parliament has done before on major infrastructure projects. This refusal exposes a dangerous attitude that once the state decides, the people must comply. We must be clear that development that displaces the poor, destroys livelihoods, and silences communities, not development. It is violence. We therefore call for an immediate independent midterm review of the project, including a reassessment of the route alignment. We demand updated environmental and socio-economic studies. We insist on genuine community-led consultation processes that respect the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. The people of Amadiba are not obstacles to development. They are the rightful owners of the land. Their voices are not a nuisance. They are a constitutional imperative. The EFF stands firmly with the people.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
We will
Your
not
time
allow
has
state
expired.
institutions to bulldoze communities in the name of progress. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The IFP.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. The IFP reaffirms its commitment to supporting urban and rural communities across the country and welcomes this report concerning the construction of the N2 White Coast Road. We acknowledge the Amadiba Crisis Committee's concerns regarding the escalation of project cost, potential loss of land, and community engagement processes. Extensive projects such as this require a large scale of planning, research, and construction phases. And the annulment or halt of these plans after more than 16 years of operation will constitute even a greater fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. Lengthy public participation and community engagement processes, including liaising with the traditional authorities, reflect inclusive decision-making that has informed the construction and implementation over the years. This must continue to be the case until completion. Above all else, Honourable Chair, the rule of law and the protection of our Constitution, democracy, remain a core guiding principle. As such, accountability and transparency from SANRAL and Auditor General of South Africa by law must continue to be strictly adhered to in its detailed progress reporting and performance audits, respectively. In light of the issue raised and provided recommendations, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
The PA.
Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance support the petition from Amadiba community requesting the National Assembly to investigate their concerns regarding the N2 Wild Coast Toll Highway. Maar, wat my as LP baie ontstel, is dat gemeenskappe petisies parlement toe moet bring, want partye op die grond luister nie na alle rasse nie. Kom ek gebruik 2 duidelike voorbeelde. Kaapstad. Waar meer blanke gemeenskappe bly, is die paaie foutloos. Maar die Kaapse Mooi is net 'n verkiesingsfront. Kom ry saam met my op paaie soos Khayelitsha, Mutuals Plain, Gugulethu. Dis as jy die pad kan kry. Herbou, hernie, net nog leë beloftes op 'n donker gemeenskap se lamppaal. Mpumalanga, home of the pothole, where money goes missing before it even reaches the public. Townships like Wesselton and Sun City, where children has to walk through raw sewer to get to school. 32 years after apartheid, yet our children has to travel a road our own leaders won't. Die pad is lank, maar saam kan ons hom loop, tree vir tree, elke ras, saam. All African voices, black, white, Indian, and colored Africans must be heard. We stand united with the community of Amadiba. A petition regarding a road should never lead to parliament. We should listen on the ground. United we stand. Die pad is baie lank.
FF Plus.
Dankie, Adjunct Speaker. Adjunct Speaker, volgens SANRAL se jaarse verslag het die koste van hierdie projek verhoog van 6.5 miljard in 2008 tot 23.5 miljard in 2024. Die plaaslike gemeenskap is bekommerd dat die ontwikkeling onwettige sandmynbou of sandontginning sal bevorder wat areas sonder die nodige omgewingsbeskerming is, wat geklassifiseer is as natuurlike gebiedskade sal aandoen. 49 appeals were lodged with the Minister of Environmental Affairs and were dismissed. The matter proceeded to court and was heard in the Pretoria High Court in December 2018, and the application was dismissed on all grounds of the 7th of March 2019. The judge ruled that the N2 Wild Coast Toll Highway project's public participation process, as conducted by SANRAL, was likely the most comprehensive ever undertaken in South Africa up to that point, and that there was no indication at any stage by any party that the process was contravened customary law. Leave to appeal was denied on the 23rd of April of 2019, and the Portfolio Committee does not propose a change to the planned route of this project, and it has already incurred substantial expenditure from the planning through the construction phases. The Freedom Front Plus supports the report as well as the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Action essay.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. This report regarding the petition from the Amadiba community makes one thing clear. While government may believe that it has followed due process, it has failed to carry the confidence of the very community that is most affected by this project. On the one hand, we acknowledge that the N2 Wild Coast Highway is a strategic infrastructure project with the potential to unlock economic growth, improve connectivity, and create opportunities in historically underdeveloped regions. South Africa does need this kind of infrastructure. But on the other hand, we cannot ignore the serious concern that has raised the Amadiba community. These include the risk of environmental degradation, the loss of livelihoods, the displacement of families, and the perception that meaningful engagement has not taken place. When communities feel unheard, when concerns persist over years, when the costs escalate without clear explanation, it raises concerns about accountability and transparency. As actionists say, we believe that development must be people-centered. It must be built on trust, proper consultation, and a willingness to adapt when legitimate concerns are raised. We therefore support stronger parliamentary oversight, full transparency on project costs and deviations, and rigorous environmental compliance. I thank you very much, House Chair.
The ACDP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP notes the petition submitted by the Amadiba community requesting that the National Assembly investigates their concerns regarding the N2 Wild Coast Toll Highway project. This petition reflects long-standing grievances about consultation, environmental impact, and community displacement. The ACDP has consistently emphasized that infrastructure development must balance national progress with the rights of local communities. In this regard, I raise the deplorable state of disrepair of the Mbuthuma Bridge on the 25th of May 2025 and again on the 29th of May 2025 on the parliamentary precinct and in this House, which to date has caused untold economic hardship to the residents and businesses in the greater Ugu municipality. And so the concerns of the residents of both Ugu region and those surrounding the proposed N2 Wild Coast Highway must be taken seriously. The ACDP notes the department's own report highlighting allegations of inadequate consultation, threats to communal land rights, and risks to biodiversity in the Pondo Land Center of Endemism. We also note that the N2 expansion to the Wild Coast has the potential to bring untold benefits to the entire region, reducing travel time significantly between Port Edward and Port St. John's, Ulusigigi. But that said, poor communication with local people is unacceptable. The department must engage meaningfully with affected communities, or it may point to a contention of and trouble in the years to come. As kingdom builders, the ACDP calls for a timetable of engagement accompanied by scheduled reports back to Parliament to ensure accountability. We accept this report. Thank you.
The UDM. The UDM. We then continue to rise.
Deputy Speaker, as Rise Mzansi, we participated in the consideration of the petition by the Amadiba Crisis Committee, and we believe that the issues that they do raise, they are valid, and that importantly, now that the construction of the N2 Wild Coast Road has already begun, that there's a need for a review in terms of the audits of the project itself, more so as it relates to the procurement and the expenditure of the project, because the concerns around how the subcontracting was done in the project itself, it's a valid concern, as I said, but also that ourselves as the Portfolio Committee of Transport need to place this particular project high up on our list to ensure that no further delays, but also in terms of the expenditure, it does not go overboard outside of the approved budget. But the other aspect that we did raise, and it was considered by and accepted by the committee, is that the Auditor General needs to do a full audit of the project from its inception to look at how the contracts, but also how the subcontracting was done in this particular project. And we do commend the work and the active citizenry that has been shown by the Amadiba Crisis Committee. And long may it continue, they continue to provide oversight on this project, so that at the end of the day, it does provide all the necessary benefits to the people of the area. Thank you very much.
Bosa.
No declaration from Bosa.
Thank you. ATM. Al-Jamar. NCC. PAC. UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotso, Africa. Honorable members, this is not merely a dispute about the road. It is a constitutional question about participation, consent, and land rights and development justice. For years, Amadiba community has raised consistent concern that consultation has been inadequate, that their customary land rights have been overridden, and that development has been imposed rather than negotiated. They are not rejecting development. They are rejecting a model of development that proceeds without their meaningful consent and without credible evidence that it will improve their livelihood. Section 25 of the constitutional framework protects the property rights, include customary land rights. Section 24 guarantees the right to environment that is not harmful to health or well-being. Section 195 requires public administration to be transparent, participatory, and accountable. The petition before us suggests that those principles may not have been fully honored. We must ask, can infrastructure be called development if it's deep in disposition? Can the project be legitimate if every people whose land is being built feel unheard and marginalized? The Amadiba community is asserting a simple democratic principle: nothing about us without us. This report must therefore not be procedural closure of a petition. It must be a substantive commitment to ensure that consultation is genuine, that alternatives are properly considered, that environmental, social impact are independently assessed, and that community voice are central to any final decision.
Good. Not here. The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Into Wild Coast Highway, a multi-billion rand strategic infrastructure Sunroll project in the Eastern Cape, will reduce the distance between East London and Durban by 85 kilometers. In order to improve local connectivity and economic growth, it includes 2 mega bridges, surface upgrades, and a 96-kilometer greenfield highway. The benefits of this highway cannot be disregarded or ignored. At the same time, this petition highlights the considerable effects on the environment, society, and culture it will have, and community concerns must be taken seriously. The loss of rare plant species, arable land, and livelihoods for local populations, as well as the disturbance of ancestral graves, are some of the major problems that have been cited over many years. The Amadiba community petition focuses on inadequate consultation, claiming that Sunroll neglected to adequately consult the community and disregarded their request for a different inland route. Opposition, protest, and conflict, as well as obstructing development with ongoing legal disputes, like the construction of the Mtetu Bridge, have all been part of this. In the Kanyayo region, contractors were said to have damaged wetlands and destroyed rare pondoland pincushion plants. Additionally, there were worries that the road's design may enable significant material mining in the Kobene region and allegations of construction activities that have contaminated water in nearby villages. In the meantime, Sunroll is working to complete the project to increase regional connectivity and generate local employment. Key findings from a number of institutions highlight the Department of Transport's and Sunroll's methods of pointing to the difficult trade-off between developmental objectives and community and environmental hazards, such as habitat loss, displacement, and threats to cultural heritage. The University of Free State's report of 2023 highlights the conflict between local, grassroots environmental justice activities and national growth ambitions. In the 2023 essay report came to the conclusion that the project has considerable economic potential but faces opposition stemming from concerns about environmental deterioration and facilitation of mining, which may cause people to relocate. The 2016 Economic Analysis Report cautioned that the cost of the road, especially the bridges, was high. Despite being an essential piece of infrastructure, it suffers from the unsustainable predicaments of similar high-speed, long-distance infrastructure projects. Even while many of these conclusions are the subject of pertinent discussion and disagreement, what the average Pondoland resident sees is an 80-meter wide reserve rather than the simply 7.5 meter wide tar road, which is significantly different than what was presented in an eye-catching PowerPoint. For safety concerns, a 410-kilometer section of future highway will have 32.8 square kilometer of run-off buffer space alongside the road, not merely 2.8 square kilometers. Citizens can immediately bring matters before Parliament through petitions. In this sense, the Amadiba community petition was successful in highlighting particular pressing problems and frustrations with the community that would otherwise go unnoticed. The DA acknowledges and values this petition as an important foundation for making planning a collaborative process, improving decision-making, raising transparency, reducing conflict and strengthening public ownership of choices, and encouraging community empowerment, crucial elements of ensuring project success in every way, not just a completed road. The DA supports this report.
The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress would like to state and declare that we are aware that on the 10th of September 2025, a petition was referred to the Committee for Review and Reporting. The petition demanded a midterm assessment of the N2 Wild Coast Highway project and a relocation of the N2 Wild Coast Highway between the Mtendu and the Msikaba next to Mtamvuna Bridge. In accordance with Section 56D and 69D of the Republic of South Africa's 1996 Constitution, as well as the National Assembly rules on petitions, the Amadiba community filed a petition to express their disapproval of the highway proposed near the coast. The petitioners put out that they believed to be a workable substitute path that would advance Amadiba's overall growth. The ANC is sensitive towards concern raised by families and communities on economic impact and disruption of community livelihoods. However, it's a different case with this one of the Amadiba petition, because we have read the report as presented by Sanral, we have looked at the report, and yeah, it has provided a focused and comprehensive report on the project from its start to the present was 2025, including information on budget projections, expenditures, and future budgeted amounts, including explanations for deviations from the original budget estimates and till the project estimated completion date. Consultations and community engagements on the project from planning phase was detailed, on which communities benefit from the project, and current and future planned socio-economic development projects linked to the Eastern Cape region impacted on the N2 Wild Coast Road project. We only need now the latest from the beginning of 2026 up to this time, the period that now we are talking about this report. We need the latest report from Sanral. We must also understand that the government, as government, that this is one of the most significant infrastructure projects in the country as a whole and the province of the Eastern Cape. The villages along the Wild Coast and the province as a whole are participating, and also we are looking at them to reap significant economic and social benefits from the project. There is a room for better accessibility and transportation, which are two of the project's primary benefits. The highway will shorten travel times between the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. As my colleague has even given the kilometers in numbers, by more effectively connecting isolated rural areas, ngoba kaloku kukho imigwaqo eyeminye emincinci eyakhiweyo ezodibana nale highway. Itsho ke ngoku yenze into kokuba la makhaya ebesoloko esokola engenazindlela ehamba ezindongeni ukuya kwi-main road, uSanral uyayihlangabeza lo msebenzi lowo ngokukhokhelwa ke nguMinister wethu we-Department of Roads and Transport. Research also shows that billions of rands will be invested in local economic development and selected businesses. This will lessen unemployment and poverty. Eziraveja landawo inhlupheko nentswelangqesho. Xa sithetha ke ngale large scale road infrastructure project, kufuneka ke siqonde into kokuba abanye abantu it is possible into yoba bafilishe into yoba abakhange bona benze ngohlobo bebecinga ngalo. Yiprojekthi enkulukazi ke le esithetha ngayo, apho uninzi lwabantu luthatha inxaxheba. Abantu bangapha eWild Coast, abantu baseMbizana, abantu baseMatatiyele, abantu baseNtabankulu, abantu baseMzimvubu, nabantu bangapha eKZN bayabenefita kule project. Ithethe ke into kokuba is a high priority infrastructure investment with a particular emphasis on energy, highways and rail, increasing water infrastructure, improving logistics and directing financial institution funds towards development through prescribed assets are some of the major pledges. Into esiyikhuthazayo ke kukuba abantu mabaye ezintlanganisweni, mababe inxalenye ye-IDP programs ezenziwa ngumasipala, local and the district. Say support le report CANC.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Member,
MKP objects. Thank you.
the objection of the MK is noted. Honourable Mashlatsi,
The UAT object.
the UAT objection is noted. And with those objections, the report is adopted. The Secretary will now read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Transport on petition on behalf of residents of Daveyton calling on the Assembly to investigate vandalism and restoration of a railway network connecting Daveyton to Springs, Benoni and Johannesburg, submitted by Mr. M.J. Cuthbert, MP.
I now invite the Honourable S.D. Silamulela.
President and Officer, thanks very much. Colleagues, representatives of the people of South Africa, friends, compatriots, fellow South Africans. Presiding Officer, the Portfolio Committee on Transport received a petition by Honorable Cuthbert on behalf of the people of Daveyton, calling on the Assembly to investigate the vandalism and restoration of the rail network connecting Daveyton to Springs, Benoni and Johannesburg in the province of Gauteng in the Republic of South Africa. The petition was referred for the consideration of the committee and to the Portfolio Committee on Police for consideration on the 4th of July 2025, and the committees were instructed to confer in terms of Assembly Rule 169. Honorable Chairperson, the petition called for the following action to be taken. One, for the committee to conduct an oversight to the station within 3 months to the scope of challenges facing the station and to determine what will be required to make it functional again. Consider allocating funding to restore the railway network and connect Daveyton to Johannesburg, Springs and Benoni within a specified time frame, and consider allocating funding to restoring the Daveyton train station, developing a long-term maintenance plan and putting in place measures to secure it from vandalism within a specified time frame. A joint meeting, Honorable Chair, was held with the Portfolio of Police on the 16th of September 2025 to receive a representation from the petitioners, and the representation of the petitioners raised the following key points which were considered by the committee. One, that the train station has been out of service since the year 2020 due to vandalism and infrastructure. Two, that the passenger rail of South Africa previously stated that both the Benoni and Daveyton train station will be restored in the 2022-2023 financial year. However, that deadline had long passed. And also that in response to the parliamentary question, the Honorable the Minister of Transport in 2024 had committed that to the petitioners were informed that the train station will be restored between April and September 2025, and however that had not been commenced by the time of the petition. That the corridor connecting Daveyton and to Springs and Johannesburg had been dysfunctional since 2014 due to old rolling stock, unreliable infrastructure, security issues, theft and vandalism. And that the corridor was expected to resume operation in October 2025, and however the work had been minimal in terms of the improvement. Pursuant to this petition, Honorable Chair, we take pride in informing the Honorable House, the August House, that the committee conducted an oversight to the Daveyton corridor on the 31st of October 2025 as per the mandate of this August House, and the following points were visited. One, the Daveyton station, and at Daveyton, the members received a briefing on the status of the station, and the GCE of PRASA division, together with the executive and regional heads, presented aspects linked to this line and work progress and the recovery of the plans for the Daveyton station and other stations along the line. And at the time, the station did not show a sign of construction work, having started and was mostly stripped of metal, copper, glasses, and material that could be sold as scrap. And vandalism at the station was reported to have started in 2019 during the time when the security contracts were suspended and that the intense COVID-19 lockdown period exaggerated the situation. We also visited the Apex Traction Substation, Honorable Chair, and the site visit was where the PRASA executive together with the GCE also briefed the committee on the progress in as far as the station is concerned. Lastly, we visited the Boxback Bridge, and the briefing on the bridge focused on the progress made on the reconstruction of the bridge. Honorable members, this is the bridge which had exploded at the Boxback Bridge on the 24th of December and the 2022, and the impact on the structure of the bridge and the rail line that runs over the bridge, and a total of 55-kilometer rail services were affected or interrupted by the bridge reconstruction, theft and vandalism of the rail infrastructure. The restoration project was planned to be executed in 3 phases, which included demolition, detailed design, compliance, and construction. Honorable members, after all these visits and all the briefs have been presented, the committee met and reflected and made the following recommendations. One, that the mechanism must be put in place by the legal department of Passenger Rail Association Agency of South Africa to address contractor and subcontractor disputes that have arisen in as far as the bridge reconstruction is concerned, and that the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa should submit a report to the committee on how.
Your time has expired.
Lastly, Chair, the committee made this recommendation and submit this report for consideration and adoption by this August House. Thanks very much.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations will apply. The MK.
Thank you, Speaker. Bafowethu, ngizwa ngathi khona abangazwanga kahle ngathi sibingelela omphephetho ophakela umthakathi. Siyabingelela futhi ngempela si-MK party asidlali. Phakela umthakathi fowethu sanibona lapha nikhona. Macingwane, iyayesa fowethu sanibona. Honorable Speaker, Noam Chomsky once said, and I've said this many times in the Portfolio Committee of Transport and in Scopa, that the standard technique to privatize is to defund, make sure that things don't work, people get angry, and then you hand over whatever entity that you're working with to private capital. This is what is happening to our state-owned entities under this current administration. Honorable Chair, MK Party stands with the people of Daveyton, Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg, who have already been abandoned by this neoliberal state. We support the demand for the immediate restoration of their rail link, but we reject the DA's Trojan horse petition that seeks to exploit their suffering to advance a covert privatization agenda. The functioning of these trains will help to reduce the traffic congestion in the area and will offer our people much needed financial relief, as it will drastically reduce the cost of transport. It is important, Chair, to note that 1/3 of the average South African salary goes towards transport. And with the rising fuel cost perpetuated by the Iran-USA-Israeli war, will worsen the situation drastically over the next few weeks. The petitioner explicitly recommends that the Department of Transport explore a public-private partnership, a model that will help to secure a proportion of the funding. The DA's ultimate goal here is not to strengthen the public rail system, but to create a balance sheet crisis that justifies the handing over of our state assets to their friends in big business. A public-private partnership on this corridor will extract profit from the poorest communities. It will lead to job losses for unionized PRASA workers and prioritize the profitable routes while neglecting the deeper township routes. This is a betrayal of the people's mandate for a state-led, publicly owned transport system. The DA's petition is silent on the fact that the very municipality in which Daveyton falls in, which is Ekurhuleni, has been under a DA-led governance. The road leading to the Boksburg Bridge remains in a poor state, with the committee noting concerns that the municipality may lack the budget and capacity to restore it. Where is the DA's outrage about their own failure to maintain municipal road infrastructure that the working class citizens and residents of the area rely on daily? The petition cries for national government funding, while the DA-run metro cannot fix the feeder roads. This selective outrage exposes their agenda and a shift in the burden of service delivery to the national fiscus while deflecting from their own governance failures. A functioning PRASA rail system is one that delivered and continued to deliver over 500 million passenger trips annually. And this was last achieved under the former MK MP, Lucky Montana. And to this day, this remains PRASA's best yearly performance. During the former Public Enterprises Minister's tenure, PRASA and other SOEs collapsed, and this was in order to make way for the privatization of strategic state assets.
Thank you,
which was
Honourable
done
Member. Your
with the
time
DA.
has expired.
Thank you.
The EFF.
Deputy Speaker, we took part in this oversight visit and experienced for ourselves the devastation caused by years of neglect to the transport infrastructure in Etwatwa and Daveyton. Since 2020, the Daveyton railway station, the once a critical transport and economic hub, has been reduced to rubble. What was once seen as a vital economic line has now become a symbol of destruction, reflecting the inability of the state to maintain and protect its own infrastructure. The consequences of this failure are severe. Over 300,000 residents in Daveyton and Etwatwa have been left without access to affordable and reliable rail transport. This is not just an infrastructure failure, it's an economic injustice. These communities are now forced to rely on more expensive and often unsafe alternatives, placing additional financial strain on already vulnerable households. In 2022, we were told the station would be restored. In 2024, new deadlines were given. In 2025, we were promised operations would resume. Today, there's nothing. No construction, no progress, only excuses of funding constraints. The financial dimension of this matter further highlights the extent of the problem. How do we explain to the people that 79 million has already been spent, yet the station stands vandalized and unusable? How do we justify a 1.4 billion project that cannot even begin because the state cannot secure its own infrastructure? The EFF is clear. The poor are paying the price of the incompetence of the state. We cannot accept a situation where working class communities are denied access to economic opportunities because trains do not run. Transport is not a luxury. It is a constitutional necessity linked to dignity, work, and survival. The EFF, therefore, demands immediate intervention. The economic freedom fighters, therefore, call for urgent and decisive intervention. Firstly, there must be an immediate allocation of funds specifically targeted at restoring the Daveyton rail corridor with clear conditions attached to ensure effective utilization. Secondly,
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
I thank you.
The IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP affirms the reliable and affordable public transport is essential for dignity, economic participation, and equal access opportunities. The continued vandalism and delayed restoration of the Daveyton rail network has left residents isolated and facing increased transport costs, further deepening inequality for our communities. This reflects persistent challenges in coordination, accountability, and service delivery. While the IFP supports this restoration of this critical rail link, we stress that progress must be matched by firm accountability, realistic timelines, strengthened oversight, and consistent monitoring. Committee deserves transparent and assurance that commitment will not continue to be postponed. Furthermore, stronger security measures and effective coordination with law enforcement and local authorities are essential to safeguard critical infrastructure. Sustainable and prioritized funding solutions, including exploring public-private partnership and increased allocation through the national budget, must be pursued to prevent a further delay and ensure the long-term viability. The IFP supports a practical and transparent approach to restoring all service for effective communities. In consideration of the issue raised, the IFP therefore accepts this report. I thank you.
The PA.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance rise to know the petition submitted by Mr. M.J. Cuthbert on behalf of the residents of Daveyton, dated 17 February 2026. The petition called for an investigation into the vandalism of rail infrastructure and the urgent restoration of the rail network connecting Daveyton to Springs, Plenary, and Johannesburg. This petition reflects a reality many communities face. When rail collapses, opportunity collapse with it. For years, residents have been cut off from affordable transport, from work, from education, and from economic participation. The vandalism of this corridor is not just criminal behavior. It is an attack on the livelihoods of the working class families. The committee's report recognizes this and outlines the need for stronger security, better coordination between PRASA and SEPS and local authorities, and a clear plan to rehabilitate the line. The Patriotic Alliance supports this report. We support a call for accountability, for timelines, and for visible progress that communities can measure. Reliable rail is not a luxury. It is a lifeline for the poor and the working families who cannot absorb rising transport costs. Resorting to this corridor will ease congestion, revive local economy, restore dignity to commuters who have been forced into unsafe alternatives. As a committed partner in the government of national unity, the Patriotic Alliance supports the committee's recommendation and emphasis that restoration must prioritize community safety, job creation for local residents, and transparent reporting back to Parliament. Ons mense in Daveyton is moeg vir beloftes wat nooit land nie. Hulle wil sien dat die treine weer loop, dat die stasies veilig is en dat die regering actually opdag vir die gewone werker. The Patriotic Alliance therefore support the adoption of this committee. We thank you.
The FF Plus.
Geachte Junk Speaker, op 31 Oktober verlede jaar het die portefeulje komitee oor vervoer hierdie Daveyton stasie besoek. En hierdie stasie wat onder die beheer is van PRASA is letterlik sedert 2020 deur vandaliste weggedra. Die skade wat tans aan hierdie stasie aangerig is, het tydens ons besoek aan die stasie op ongeveer 2 miljard rand te staan gekom. Dit is net om die stasie weer operasioneel te kry. Wat ons daar aangetref het, was skrikwekkend geweest. Die geboue is letterlik weggedra, dat net die dop van die geboue nog staande was. Selfs die spoorlyne daar is weggedraai. Dit is die gevolg van wet en orde wat in 'n land totaal en al ontbreek. Hierdie vandalisering en diefstal het 'n uiters negatiewe uitwerking op plus minus 148.000 tot 192.000 pendelaars wat daagliks moet pendel om by die werk uit te kom, en die skade wat hierdie vandalisme aan die Gautengse ekonomie aanrig is enorm. Daar was beloftes van Prasa om die stasie weer operasioneel te kry teen 2022-23 finansiële jaar, maar dit het nie gerealiseer nie. Further promises to restore this corridor linking Daveyton to Springs and Benoni to Johannesburg, which has been dysfunctional since 2014, also failed to materialize during the April to September period of the 2025 financial year. Work has yet to commence. Funding constraints have now delayed for restoration to the 2026-27 financial year if it will proceed at all. Prasa's funds remain insufficient to support the full recovery of the corridor. Die VF Plus ondersteun die verslag asook die aanbevelings van die komitee. Dankie, Adjunct Speaker.
Action essay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate cannot be reduced to technical considerations of a committee report. It must confront the lived reality of the people of Daveyton. In October 2024, Madam House Chair, I, along with Action SA Ekurhuleni regional leaders, conducted an oversight visit to the Daveyton train station. What we found was not a station under repair, not a system in recovery, but a hollowed out shell stripped to its bricks, abandoned, and left to decay. This was not unforeseen, Madam Deputy Speaker. PRASA and the Department of Transport had committed to restoring the station by October 2024. That deadline came and went without consequences. No accountability, no urgency, and no transparency. The committee chairperson also confirmed that we as a portfolio committee again returned in October 2025. Again, nothing was done. What we are dealing with here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not simply vandalism, it is institutional failure. Because when infrastructure is left unsecured, when timelines are missed without sanctions, and when communities are ignored, vandalism becomes inevitable. It is not a symptom, it is the cause of all of this. And the cost of this failure is not abstract, Madam Deputy Speaker. Residents personally told me that they are now having to pay up to 4 times more to get to work. 4 times more. And with the recent upsurge in fuel costs, they are most likely paying much more. In a country where many households are already choosing between transport and food, this is not inefficiency, it is economic exclusion. Rail is not a luxury, it is the backbone of affordable mobility and economic participation. When rail collapses, opportunities collapse with it. So while this House considers petitions and reports, the people of Daveyton are still waiting. They are waiting for trains that do not come and for a government that does not deliver. Thank you very much, House Chair.
ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP is fully cognizant of the fact that it is much cheaper to travel by rail than other forms of travel, particularly given the dramatic increases in the price of fuel. And it is further a well-known fact that households spend an inordinate amount of their hard-earned money on transportation. And in view of that, the ACDP supports all efforts by PRASA to restore their rail networks. And therefore, it is in this case deeply concerning that a major corridor, that between Daveyton to Springs, Benoni and Johannesburg, has not yet been restored. Let's just reflect on that. Since 2014, hundreds of thousands of commuters have not yet been able to use that corridor. And whilst PRASA is restoring a number of corridors, this is despicable that this corridor has still not been restored. And why is this the case? And it is ongoing vandalism that is taking place. And yes, whilst security has been added to at great cost, surely we should also encourage communities to start owning those rail networks and to start guarding them as well, given the fact of the importance that they are and they play in transportation. Now, we have studied the recommendations and we support the recommendations in this petition, but remember this was delivered in October last year. In October, when this corridor was supposed to have been opened, and now we see only a phased implementation. And as the commuters stand, they believe it is a failed implementation. So we would urge the us as Parliament to increase our oversight and to ensure that this rail network is restored. We will support the report. I thank you.
The UDM, rise.
Nakenza Mtramashul, as Rise Mzansi will support the adoption of this report that considers that this petition that was brought by Honorable Cuthbert. Because it is our belief that the restoration of the passenger railway line connecting Daveyton, Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg is not just a transport issue. It is a cost of living intervention. Our people are under immense pressure. The rising cost of living is squeezing households, and transport is one of the biggest burdens they carry every single day. Fuel prices continue to climb, driven in part by the instability and the unnecessary war that we see in the Middle East. And this has pushed commuting costs even higher. For many workers, getting to work is becoming unaffordable. From midnight to night, fuel prices will be going up again. That is why restoring reliable, affordable rail services is essential. PRASA must urgently bring back all rail corridors to ease the burden and reconnect our communities to economic opportunity. PRASA must also communicate aggressively the corridors that has been recovered so that the people of South Africa can use their services. Honorable members, protecting the railway infrastructure is not only PRASA's responsibility. We must all play a role in protecting and safeguarding our infrastructure. Rail lines are lifelines for the working class. Those who vandalize and destroy critical infrastructure are not just committing a crime, they are undermining the livelihoods of the people of this country. They must face the full might of the law. And it's a shame that many that have vandalized this critical infrastructure are still roaming our streets very freely. We support this report.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In South Africa today, the poorer you are, the more you pay to survive. There are households in this country who are spending up to 50% of their income just to get to work. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, this isn't just unsustainable, it's actually unjust. And it's a reflection of this reality. It's that this government has maintained a system of multiple South Africa. It's a system where work remains far from Black and colored communities. It's a system where apartheid spatial planning has actually not been undone and has in fact been sustained. And that's the first failure, the original sin, if you will. Because when people have to leave home before sunrise to be able to get to work and return after dark, when they have to catch multiple taxis, spending the little they earn just to be able to move. We're not just failing on transport. What we're failing on is dignity. What we're failing on is family life, and we're ultimately failing on economic inclusion. It doesn't end there, though. This report has surfaced or exposed the second failure, which is a collapse of a transport system, in this case, the railway system, the absence of a safe, reliable, and integrated public transport network. And so a community like Daveyton, in asking for the restoration of their railway system, is not asking for luxury. They are asking for access to jobs, to opportunity, to life, because unfortunately, this government has not enabled for that to be happening where they live. Instead of that, they are met with vandalized infrastructure, missed deadlines, and empty promises. And you cannot maintain spatial injustice and then on top of that fail on transport. This is not how you build South Africa, it's how you maintain many. And this is why we support the committee's recommendations for urgent and regular progress reports, for credible timelines, and for real accountability. Because until we fix
Honourable
transport,
Member, your time has
we
expired.
can't fix inequality. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Al-Jama. The PAC.
No declaration, but we support the report.
That Al-Jama. Was that Al-Jama?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the name of Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful, Al-Jama rises to support the consideration of this report on the petition brought forward on behalf of the residents of Daveyton. This is not just a matter of infrastructure. It is a matter of dignity, economic survival, and restoring hope to communities who depend on reliable public transport. The railway network connecting Daveyton to Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg was once a lifeline. It enabled workers to reach their places of employment, learners to access education, and families to remain connected to opportunities. Today, that same network stands vandalized, neglected, and largely unusable. The consequences are severely increased and transport costs as well. Transport costs, longer commuting hours, and heightened exposure to crime and unsafe travel conditions. Honorable members, vandalism of public infrastructure is not merely an act of destruction. It is an attack on the poor. It disproportionately affects those who have no alternative means of transport. When rail services collapses, it is the working class that pays the price. We must therefore move beyond acknowledging the problem and act decisively. Firstly, there must be a thorough investigation into the causes of the vandalism, whether it be organized criminal networks, lack of security, or systematic failures in oversight. Secondly, accountability must follow. Those entrusted with safeguarding this infrastructure must answer for its deterioration. Thirdly, and most importantly, we must prioritize the restoration of this railway line. This includes not only rebuilding physical infrastructure, but ensuring sustainable security measures are in place to protect it going forward.
Honourable
Restoration.
Member, your time has now expired.
Thank you. Malibongwe.
The UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hotsom Africa. In reflecting of this consideration report, a broader policy concern must be acknowledged. The sustained deterioration of commuter rail infrastructure, such as the corridor linking Daveyton to Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg, does not occur in isolation from policy environment within which the public services are managed. When essential public infrastructure is allowed to decline through weak protection, underinvestment, and limited accountability, the outcome is predictable. The public lose confidence in the state capacity, and the space open for argument that only private provision can restore the efficiency. This pattern reflects the broader neoliberal policy orientation in which the state progressively retreats from direct service provision while market actors are positioned as a primary solution. The consequences, however, is that the working class commuters who depend on affordable, reliable rail are left with more expensive transport alternatives, while strategic public assets lose their developmental function. This Assembly must therefore treat this petition not only as a matter of vandalism and restoration, but as a question of governance philosophy. What is the role of the state in safeguarding and maintaining infrastructure that underpins the economic inclusion? How do we prevent deterioration from becoming the factor argument for privatization by default? Oversight over passenger rail agency South Africa and the Department of Transport must include scrutiny of maintenance regime, security strategy, budget allocation, and long-term commitment to commuter rail as a public good. If rail collapse, the poorest pay more to travel further. If rail restored, opportunity move closer
Remember,
to
your time is now
Kaknimambo.
expired. Is there a speaker from Good, the DA?
The DA sees this petition on behalf of the Daveyton residents as an outcry for action, an attempt to seek intervention for an injustice on a public matter, an investigation into the cause, and assistance in re-establishing the railway connection between Daveyton, Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg. The outcry against the impact of the increased expense of transportation in the absence of a railway is well-founded. Residents in the lowest scale would typically spend 7.5% of their monthly income on rail transportation to work. This rises to 37% in the absence of metro rail, which results in 30% less disposable income for the typical Daveyton household, 30% less for work, school, the wardrobe, the table, the lunchbox, saving money and having some backup. Given that Daveyton and Joburg is around 25 kilometers apart, a taxi ride there and back would cost roughly 70 rands a day. The cost of a return trip by rail would only be 24 rand if the rails were there. That's an extra 46 rand per day per commuter. This would have had a huge effect on every home as well as the potential local economy. Instead of being distributed through the larger economic community, an estimated 414 million rand is now channeled to a single mode of transportation. While 35 of PRASA's 40 planned priority corridors have been effectively restored, this does not include the Daveyton-Johannesburg lines. Rehabilitation and rehabilitating the infrastructure has cost more than 21 billion rand. However, not a cent has been spent on the lines from Daveyton to Johannesburg. As a result of rehabilitation of infrastructure, train volumes have significantly increased. By late 2025, 77 million passenger journeys have been recorded on the repaired routes, yet the Daveyton community has been left behind. In a presentation to the Transport Portfolio Committee at the time, PRASA stated that the collapse of the Plantation Bridge in Boksburg, which was destroyed by an exploding tanker on Christmas Eve 2022, was the primary cause of the corridor's restoration delay, along with theft and vandalism. The reconstruction of the Boksburg Bridge is in its final phase, with ballasts and tracks to be installed to reconnect the railway across the bridge. However, at present, funds are insufficient to fund the full corridor recovery. Last month, 40 months after the terrible event, a site visit confirmed that the project has been put on hold. The contractor has left, the site office has been vandalized, and the city of Ekurhuleni has yet to explain the increasing delays in restoring this portion of the infrastructure. In addition to the associated railway bridge and the municipal road underpass, there is a lack of funding. It is anticipated that the corridor will require more than 2 billion rand to fully recover. Between 2021 and 26, fixing vandalized train stations could cost anything from 9 million to 21 million rand. Due to PRASA's continued careless financial management, 570 Daveyton stations could have been rebuilt with a more than 12 billion rand in reckless spending over the past 5 years. Communities like Daveyton are still isolated due to ongoing management and governance shortcomings and now also intergovernmental coordination, a setback in a process of re-establishing communal relationships, not just by delivering for them, but also providing thousands of individuals with economic benefits, possibilities for a better lifestyle, freedom and opportunities of choice and mobility. The DA supports this report.
The ANC.
House Chairman, honorable members, South Africans, Wadudi Gabopara. The African National Congress declared that it is aware of the petition from MJ Cuthbert on the matter of residents of Daveyton, where there was a call to the Assembly to investigate vandalism and restoration of a railway network connection Daveyton to Springs, Benoni, and Johannesburg, which was dated 17 February 2026. As the ANC leading the government of national unity, we understand that there was a matter of the train station that has remained closed since 2020 because of damage to infrastructure caused by vandalism. There was no alternative mode of public transport except for minibuses, taxis in the impacted region. The inactive railway hinders residents of Daveyton and Etwatwa from accessing affordable transport. The department needs to help PRASA evaluate its funding and budget shortfall for the restoration of this line and collaborate on the finding optimal approach to secure necessary additional funding, whether by engaging private investment for this particular project, acquiring further funding from the National Treasury, or exploring other investment avenue. PRASA needs to be practical with the timeline associated with this project to avoid setting unrealistic expectations for the community and having to keep delaying the restoration of the rail corridor. The ANC 2024 manifesto prioritized fabrication and upgrading South Africa's railway system through establishing rail as a foundation of public transport, and this regard as key components to effective, efficient logistic framework. The main commitments that we are adhered to are reinstating passenger routes, expediting freight rail change to enhance industrial growth, and funding the production of new locally made trains. We are committed to infrastructure upgrading through allocating funds for existing social economic infrastructure to address limitation in transportation and logistics. We are committed to passenger rail revitalization with the recent government operation and declaration through emphasizing the restoration of outstanding passenger rail corridors, aiming to deliver safe, dependable, and affordable transport via the PRASA. On the freight and economic development, the ANC seeks to reform all rail logistics, transferring freight from road to rail and employing special appropriate funds to enhance transportation infrastructure. As the ANC, we confirm on the Daveyton matter, there has been continuous legal monitoring and evaluation on PRASA and the need to implement mechanisms to resolve dispute between contract and the subcontract. We must have an idea on the advancements in the legal and insurance claim on recouping expenses from the company that owned the tanker truck responsible for the damage following the explosion, as the truck ignored the high restrictions that were clearly marked at the time of the incident. Due to property damage, the Daveyton station resembles a building site that has been partially dismantled and has no indication of fresh construction. The majority of the metal, copper, glass, and other things that could be sold as a scrap or used to build makeshift house were removed from the station. subterranean pipes were evacuated, overhead electric pipes were removed, parts of the stairs were removed, and the roof was taken down. Such matters need investigations, accountability, and transparency. The mistake that we must never do as a house is to allow people to rely on the AI to come and grandstand at the expense of the people of Daveyton. People of Daveyton, they understand what was the cause, and therefore, we as the African National Congress, the Karen government, we are in line in ensuring that their life is back to normal. We support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
House Chairperson, I move that the report must be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Honourable Speaker, please note the objections of MKP to the GNU's incompetent handling of PRASA.
Are
Thank you.
there any further objections? With those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Debate on Freedom Day, social and economic fruits of freedom, celebrating 32 years of democratic citizenship.
I now invite the Honourable Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, we, the people of South Africa, these are not ceremonial words. They are revolutionary declaration of sovereignty. They find expression both in Freedom Charter and in the Constitution of the Republic of our country. A constitution that enjoins us to build a national democratic society founded purely on humanity. Together, these foundational texts define the essence of our democracy, a society rooted in equality, dignity, and freedom. The Freedom Charter, adopted by the people for the people, declared with clarity that South Africa belongs to all of us. And the Constitution carries the revolutionary principle into the legal force. It does not simply describe a state, it defines a transformative project of nation building. It instructs every generation of leadership that government derives authority only from the will of the people and that the injustice of the past must be addressed deliberately and systematically. It further compels us to pledge ourselves to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage until democratic changes set out have been won. This Constitution gives us the right to a home with dignity. It gives us the right to walk to work without stepping over sewage. It gives us the right to live in Guguletu, Khayelitsha, or Langa, and know that your life matters as much as life in Camps Bay. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress has always understood that the democratic breakthrough of 1994 was not the end of struggle, it was the opening of a new terrain of struggle. The ANC strategy and tactics document is clear. The National Democratic Revolution is a process of transference of power to the people in all its dimensions: political, economic, social, and ideological power. Therefore, transformation is not an option. It is a historical necessity anchored in the Freedom Charter and constitutional order. To abandon transformation is to abandon the revolution itself. Honorable members, there persists a misleading and a historical claim that ANC sold out during the negotiation settlement. This narrative collapses under historical reality. The truth is that the negotiated transition reflected the balance of forces at the time. Neither the apartheid regime nor the liberation movement had achieved a decisive military victory. Yet the ANC secured the following: universal suffrage, a democratic constitutional order, a unitary South African state founded on equality. This was not surrender, it was a strategic advance of the liberation struggle through constitutional means. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is not neutral about inequality. It is a transformative document that intervenes, even racially, to dismantle apartheid legacies, spatially to correct geographic injustice, economically to redistribute opportunity, socially to restore human dignity. It is a constitution that speaks to both the vanquished and the former beneficiaries of the privilege. To oppress, it guarantees redress. To all citizens, it guarantees inclusion. But it makes one demand of the Republic: transformation is non-negotiable. There is therefore a fundamental distinction between good governance administration. Governance is administration. Transformation is justice in motion, and the two are not the same. Governance without transformation, as we have seen in some quarters of the country, becomes the efficient management of inequality. We must ground this debate in material reality. Since 1994, the ANC-led government has achieved significant progress. Expansion of electricity to more than 80% of all households. A broad access to water and sanitation. Over 4 million housing opportunities delivered. Expansion of education, access including to no-fee schooling. A social protection system reaching over 18 million citizens. These are not mere statistics. They are concrete expression of liberation in practice. Each house built represents a rupture with apartheid spatial planning. Each grant issued represents placation and peacemaking in the stress of those who are poor. Each school opened represents an investment against generational poverty. This is the advancing logic of the national democratic revolution in practice. Honorable members, the ANC-led government has deployed key instruments to advance inclusive development. BBBE Economic Empowerment Act is one of those. The Employment Equity Act is one of those. A progressive tax and social protection system. These instruments, amongst others, are not technical reforms. They are tools of structural transformation aimed at correcting historical dispossession. They give practical meaning to the Freedom Charter's demand that the people shall share in the country's wealth. We must acknowledge the ideological context in our society. There are organizations which organize along racial lines to advance narratives that seek to normalize separation, enclaves, and parallel developments. But the Constitution does not allow fragmentation of the democratic project. Let us be clear, transformation is not an anti-white project. Transformation is anti-racism and anti-sexism, amongst others. Transformation is justice in practice. The Constitution does not call for separation. It calls for shared belonging grounded on equality. However, belonging must be material, not symbolic. You cannot claim non-racialism while defending unequal ownership patterns, whilst defending persistent partial apartheid, while defending structural exclusion from economic opportunity. This is not non-racialism. It is the preservation of historical privilege under constitutional democracy with the abuse of the word governance. Honorable members, as we move into a new era of advancing technologies, digital transformation is no longer a luxury but an urgent intervention we can make to continue providing the people of South Africa with a better life. The ANC in its 55th National Conference recognized that the ICT's technological capability could be used for enablement of the escorts sectors of economy, including agriculture, energy, education, health, and financial services, amongst others. Right now, the digital economy of South Africa contributes about 19% to the GDP and its expected growth in the coming years. It is for this reason that some amongst are preoccupied with over 100 race-based law fallacy. This economy would give us the opportunity to level the playing field, to right the wrongs of the past, to overcome unemployment, inequality, and poverty. Therefore, as we move into this digitally transformed nation, we need to create and enforce policies and regulations that do not leave us at the mercy of bigger players. We must be seized with creating a digitally sovereign nation, one that does not wholly depend on the private sector. We must leverage technological innovation and digital transformation as strategic driver for socio-economic growth, as the Constitution calls us to. We must also be frank, corruption undermines the democratic project. It steals from the poor, weakens states' capacity, erodes public trust, distorts transformation. The ANC has committed itself to strengthening accountability and rebuilding ethnic governance. Freedom Day is not a ceremonial commemoration. It is a renewal of revolutionary commitment. The Freedom Charter and the Constitution converge on one central truth. South Africa must be a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and
Honourable
prosperous
Member,
society.
your time is now expired.
The ANC remain committed to this historic mission. We are not managing a post-apartheid society. We are transforming
Thank you.
into a society, and therefore we reaccept it.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Buthelezi.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, today we are debating about freedom, but it is unfortunate that 32 years later we are told to celebrate. Celebrate what exactly? Because for millions of South Africans, especially the youth, freedom has become a story we are told, not a life we live. We are told you are free, but you are a young person sitting at home with a qualification and no job does not feel free. A mother who cannot feed her children does not feel free. A community that lives in fear of crime does not feel free. So again, I ask, what exactly are we celebrating? Freedom is not a slogan. Freedom is not a speech. Freedom must be real. It must mean opportunity. It must mean dignity. It must mean progress. But today, 32 years later, freedom for many South Africans looks like unemployment, poverty, and broken promises. Honorable members, there is something deeply cruel about asking people to celebrate what they have not experienced. There is something dishonest about telling a generation they are free while they remain locked out of opportunities. Because what we have in South Africa today is not the fullness of freedom, it is the shadow of it. A shadow that looks good in speeches, a shadow that sounds powerful on podiums, but a shadow that disappears the moment you step into a reality to our people. We stand here and speak of freedom while graduates sit at home year after year watching their dreams expire quietly. We speak of dignity while families go to bed hungry in a country rich with resources. We speak of safety while mothers pray every night that their children return home alive. There is no freedom. This is abandonment. And the painful truth is this:
The party that once carried the hopes of millions has now become the manager of the disappointment. The African National Congress did not inherit a broken country and fail to fix it. They inherited hope and then they broke it. Yes, we honor those who fought. We honor the blood that was shed. We honor the names that history remembers and the many it has forgotten. But let us be clear, those heroes did not fight for this version of South Africa. They did not fight so that the freedom will become slogan and used to hide failure. They did not fight so that the children of this country will inherit struggle instead of opportunities. They did not fight so that 32 years later, we will still be explaining why things are not working. Honorable members, an ANC has had 32 years to build, 32 years to fix, 32 years to deliver. And yet today, we asked to lower our expectations, to be patient, to understand. Understand what exactly? Understand why a young person cannot go to school. Understand why a young person cannot find work. Understand why poverty still defines millions of lives. Understand why inequality continues to grow, why leaders grow more comfortably in the blue light cars. No, South Africans understand very well. They understand that they have failed. They have been failed, by the way. And now we are introduced to what is called the Government of National Unity, the GNU. We are told this is a new chapter, a fresh start, a solution. But let us not insult the intelligence of our people. You cannot repackage failure and call it unity. You cannot take the same problems, the same leadership, the same lack of accountability and expect a different outcome. It cannot be. The GNU is not a bold new vision. It is a safety net for collapsing authority. It is power clinging to itself. It is leaders choosing each other over and over above other people. And while they negotiate positions, other people negotiate survival. While they share ministries, our people share unemployment. While they speak of stability, our communities live with instability every single day. Honorable members, the greatest betrayal is not freedom that has been fully realized. The greatest betrayal is what we are told to accept it is enough. We are told to celebrate partial freedom. They applaud incomplete injustice. To be grateful for a system that still excludes the majority. That is not failure. That is not just failure. It is an insult. Because freedom without economic power is an illusion. Freedom without opportunity is a performance. Freedom without dignity is empty. A young person today does everything right. They study, they sacrifice, they believe, and then they wait. They wait for interviews that never come. They wait for opportunities that never arrive. They wait for a government that no longer sees them. And slowly that belief turns into frustration. The frustration turns into anger, and that anger turns into silence, a dangerous silence. Because it is silence of a generation that has stopped expecting anything from its leaders, because they are failures. We have leaders that are failing the community. Honorable members, there is no dignity in telling people to celebrate what they cannot feel. There is no justice in asking the poor to be patient while powerful remain comfortable. There is no honor repeating the language of freedom while ignoring its absence. 32 years later, the question is no longer whether we are politically free. The question is whether that freedom has meaning. And for millions, it does not. So let us stop pretending. Let us stop performing. Until a young person can find work, until a family can live with dignity, until safety is not a luxury, until opportunity is not reserved for a few, we cannot stand here and pretend we are fully free. So, honorable members, we will not celebrate illusions. We will not applaud for failure. We will not be silenced by history. We will speak and we will demand. And we will continue to fight for the freedom that was promised but never delivered. Because 32 years later, for far too many South Africans, freedom is still not real. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Cameron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the theme before the House today is social and economic fruits of freedom. And it's a theme that invites celebration. But I want to ask the question whether freedom is real for every South African in the country. Because just a month ago, on the 9th of April, a 50-year-old lady in Delft was shot and killed because she couldn't pay extortion money as she sold chicken feet to stay alive. Not luxury goods, just chicken feet. She was a small trader trying to survive. One of those South Africans who wakes up early, works long hours, counts every rand and tries to turn a small daily income into food, electricity, transport and dignity. And according to reports, she was killed again because of yet another extortion attack. 2 unknown suspects entered her home, shot her and fled with cash and cell phones. She was declared dead at the scene. Neighbors said she'd recently been approached by extortionists, but she told them that she was not earning enough to pay them. Chair, let that sink in. She was not earning enough to pay criminals. She was not refusing from a position of comfort. She was just purely poor. She was just trying to survive. And because she could not satisfy the criminal tax imposed on her, she was shot dead in her own home. What does democratic citizenship mean when a small trader must choose between feeding herself and paying a gang? What are the fruits of freedom when the poorest among us are taxed by criminals before they can even feed their families? For many South Africans, this is what freedom looks like. A community told, pay or we kill. And it is not happening in Delft alone, it's happening across the country. Businesses receive threats, pay or be shot at, burned or shut down. That is an open criminal rule. It is gangsters saying we control who may trade, who may work, who may open, and who may or must live in fear. In too many communities, citizens vote for a democratic state but live under the daily authority of criminal networks. The state is present on paper, but gangs are present on the streets. Chair, among the top 35 highest contact crime police precincts in the country, the average murder detection rate is hardly 7%. That means that only about 7 out of every 100 murder cases are actually successfully detected. Put differently, hardly 1 out of 14 murders were successfully detected by SAPS at those specific stations in the past financial year. If this is the case and they are not detected, there's no suspect, no one to prosecute, and thus no one to convict. This is precisely why that elderly lady in Delft should matter to this debate, because her family now enters a system where the odds of successful detection are already painfully low, if not zero, as in many of our highest crime areas in the country. And she's not alone. We must remember people like Lysanda Sondlo, a 22-year-old mother, also from Delft, who was walking home at the end of 2025 with a 7-year-old brother when she had just bought food. And she was shot dead again because she couldn't pay extortion money. Again, the same pattern, ordinary people, a small income, criminal demands, a woman killed, a child traumatized, and a community left in fear. And it's almost as though we've accepted it as the norm, which it could never be. Freedom is not a right to vote. Freedom is a right to walk home. Freedom is a right to sell food. Freedom is the right to open a shop. Freedom is the right to pay protection money to a gang, is not to pay protection money to a gang. And freedom is the right to believe that when your mother, daughter, or sister is murdered, the state will find the killer and build a case that actually stands in court. That's why we need intelligence-led policing and prosecution-driven investigations. And it's why we need functioning detectives, forensic support, crime intelligence, firearm tracing, witness protection, and clean leadership. And that is why capable local and provincial law enforcement must be used as force multipliers within the framework of the law. Where there's proven competence, there must be corresponding power. And if a capable province or metro has the ability to investigate, disrupt and dismantle these criminal networks, they must be empowered to do so. Because denying power where capacity exists does not preserve order, it prolongs failure. Chair, the elderly woman in Delft should still be alive. Lisanda Sondlu should still be alive. Their families should not have to become examples in a parliamentary speech. But if we are serious about freedom, then we must tell their stories. Because freedom is not real while small traders are murdered for not paying gangs. Freedom is not real while families are extorted into silence. And freedom is not real while murder detection is so low that barely 1 out of every 14 murders at our highest crime stations are actually detected. 32 years into democracy, and this is the test. Can the state protect the poor? Can the state protect women? Can the state protect small traders? And can the state protect communities where gangs have become more visible than government? Freedom must be more than just words spoken in Parliament. It must be something a woman can feel when she opens a stall in the morning. That is the freedom we still owe to too many South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Lonzi.
Thank you, Chair. When the Khoi fought against Dutch colonial settlement between 1659 and 1660, in the first Khoi Dutch War, what has come to be called the Cape Peninsula War, the freedom they had in mind was rooted in land and sovereignty. When Makhanda Kanxele led the 1819 campaign during the Fifth Frontier War, their struggle was for land and self-determination. When King Intsaka Kawota was killed during the Sixth Frontier War, the demands were land, dignity, African sovereignty, and control over ancestral territories. When King Moshoeshoe I led the Basotho people to victory against British forces during the Battle of Berea, the vision was land and independence. When Bambata led the Bambata Rebellion in 1906, it was a fight for land and rejecting colonial taxation systems that sought to control African life and labor. When King Sekhukhune I resisted during the Sekhukhune Wars in 1876 and 1879, it was a struggle for land, labor, and sovereignty against both Boer and British imperialist expansion. When King Makado of Singo dynasty, also known as the Lion of the North, resisted Boer encroachment in the northern Transvaal, the resistance was about land and sovereignty. We can even go to Witbooi, the chief of Ecowasan people in what is today called Namibia. He too led resistance in the Nama-German wars, resisting colonial occupation and land dispossession. So the question we must ask ourselves, House Chair, did Walter Sisulu organize underground resistance so that our people would die waiting for RDP houses? Did Nelson Mandela enjoy imprisonment so that clinics in our townships would remain under-resourced and hospitals overwhelmed? Did Chris Hani sacrifice his life so that graduates in South Africa would hold their qualifications without opportunity because there are no jobs? Did Albertina Sisulu carry communities through hardship so that Kailicha, Alexander, Sishiko, Umlazi would still be defined by informal settlements and lack of basic needs decades after liberation? Did Winnie Mandela suffer at the hands of brutal apartheid security forces so that basic services like water, like electricity, would remain distant to our people? Did Lillian Ngoyi lead the 1956 Women's March against past laws for the economy and wealth of our country to be controlled by the same minority she fought against? Chairperson, when Oliver Tambo carried the struggle into exile in Lusaka, Dar es Salaam, Maputo, he did not only find refuge but solidarity. This is precisely because the struggle of South Africa was never isolated from the continent. Today, the real and genuine frustrations of our people are being redirected. Redirected against those who own the land, redirected against those who control the economy, who control the businesses and the factories that must employ. Today, those who shout the loudest about immigration, especially on the eve of elections, do so not to solve the fundamental problems, but to escape the real questions. Who owns the land in South Africa? Who controls the mineral wealth in South Africa? And who benefits from this economy? While our people are being made to fight each other, the structure of inequality remains unchanged and it remains untouched. Unemployment in South Africa is structural. It is as a result of the economy that has never transformed. So if we allow the opportunists, the regionalists, the hustlers, the tribalists, and the scammers to reduce this history to fear of one another, we would be betraying this history. Our struggle was never against people. Our struggle has always and will always be against systems of dispossession. It was meant to return the land to the people. It was meant to ensure that the wealth beneath our soil benefits the majority. It was meant to restore dignity, not in speeches and slogans, but in the daily lives of our people. Real freedom must confront unemployment. Real freedom must confront the ownership patterns of land in South Africa, and real freedom must confront and unlock the mineral wealth to benefit all. This is why we're inviting all young people in South Africa to register to vote, so that come the 4th of November 2026, we're going to be able to attain real freedom in South Africa, because the political settlement that the ANC gave us in 1994 has not been able to translate into real changes in the ordinary lived experiences of our people. So political freedom without economic freedom is meaningless. And if the future, if the youth of this country is serious about getting jobs, if they are serious about getting services in our TVET colleges and our universities, if they are serious about getting schools in the most distant and rural areas, we are calling on all of you, if you are a young person and you are serious about the future of this country, register to vote so that we can fight for the real freedom on the 4th of November, which is economic freedom. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Indeed, South Africa is free. 30 years ago, South Africans collectively embraced a new identity as a nation of equals. When the country held its first non-racial elections in 1994, we marked the dawn of democracy. It was a hard-won victory. Today, we honor the many sacrifices that were made by committing ourselves to strengthening democratic principles and constitutional rights. With this in mind, we must ask ourselves a very difficult question: have the social and economic fruits of freedom reached all our people? Unfortunately, the answer to this question is rooted in the harsh and sobering reality. Unemployment, inequality, and failing service delivery continue to deny many of the full benefits of democratic citizenship. Democracy and freedom are not an event. They are a process anchored in human rights and geared towards change and transformation. True freedom is the presence of opportunity for a mother to feed her children, for a graduate to find a job, for every citizen to live in safety. We need to move with speed for the fruits of freedom to be enjoyed fully. The IFP has long believed that our history must inform our vision for the future. Freedom Day not only offers the chance to reflect on the long road to democracy, but pushes us to reflect on how we can advance political equality for current and future South Africans. 32 years later, our democratic project has not sufficiently yielded to the desired results of our people, and frustration has taken root. At the heart of this frustration is a system that fails South Africans. Honorable Chair, the crisis of illegal migration has reached a dangerous tipping point that threatens our social order and demands urgent action. It is true that our freedom is an outcome of African continent solidarity. Any form of xenophobia and violence against undocumented foreign nationals must be condemned. We must act humanly and prioritize the rule of law, secure our borders by enforcing our immigration laws without apology. Accordingly, the IFP is advancing legislative efforts to streamline and accelerate the deportation process for undocumented foreign nationals. It seeks to remove bureaucratic obstacles, improve efficiency, and ensure that limited state resources are directed accordingly. We know that democracy extends beyond voting practice. When South Africa was declared a democratic state, our government made a commitment to prioritize the welfare of its citizens. It is elementary that the government has a duty to its own citizens. 1994 was about moving black oppressed South Africans from exclusion to inclusion, particularly for their active and dignified participation in the economy. Honorable Chairperson, Freedom Day symbolizes our strength as a nation. The 1994 breakthrough ensured equal citizenship, and the right to vote must be seen beyond the politics and understood as a gateway through which all other rights are realized, claimed, and protected. The political legitimacy of 1994 hinges on the speedy realization of social and economic justice for all South Africans. The IFP remains committed to remembering our past, prioritizing the
Honourable
present,
Minister,
and
your
working
time has now
towards a
expired.
equitable future for all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Salts.
Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Mwenkia ahuniki. Whom the Son has set free is free indeed. Not our world-class constitution or our AI-generated attempt at a bill. No, whom the Son, Jesus Christ, has set free is free indeed. Sarafina screamed, freedom is coming tomorrow. Did tomorrow mean 430 years? Based on our daily reality, I have to ask truthfully, are we free or are we dumb? How can the Kwe and the Sun in South Africa, not just in Namibia, say that we are free, when until this year, February, the systems of Home Affairs still could not print our traditional Mbuthuma names, but because PA changed the game today, I hold in my hand an ID with my original Komani son, name. I am Ashley Koike, the first souls. When the DA in old apartheid style claimed this as their victory alone, yet the PA fought for it and the DA and ANC ministers together executed it. This is the GNU at work and not an opportunity for those in blue to go berserk. Are we free or are we dumb? When we see South African academics apply for jobs for which they qualify, just for it to be given to foreign nationals in the name of internationalization. When we call coloreds and Indians black in general, but when the opportunities are given, then we are not African in particular. When we walk on gold and diamonds, a land of mineral wealth so deep, yet mothers in the dark sits in the dark while their hungry children sleep. And they have to make a choice between buying a loaf of bread or a prepaid electricity unit to light up their corrugated iron shed. When we boast of black excellence, yet one tribe claims to be better than another tribe. Tribalism is just black on black colonialism. I must ask, are we free or are we dumb? We will not look the other way whilst Honorable Fadil Adams is arrested. We demand to know why the law only seems to have front teeth when it comes to our leaders. Where are the handcuffs of the Big Five? When will we see the arrest of drug cartels and the mafia? Julle wil die Boesman bemaal maak. Gaan aan. We NCC what you're trying to do. Well, we know the finished work of Christ on the cross has set us free indeed. So it stands to reason that in our freedom we allowed the system to make us dumb. The system makes us dumb when it calls our cry to put South Africans first as xenophobic, when in truth it is actually patriotic. Dumb when it makes white South Africans think the word Afrikaner does not mean African in English. David brought Goliath down with stones, and so did the youth in 1976 with the Goliath of apartheid. David took the sword and cut off Goliath's head, but we waited for the Goliath of apartheid to regain consciousness in 1994 and negotiated with it instead. 30 years later, we are free on paper, but dumb, passing in the same legacy of slavery to our children. We are the generation who is anointed to take the sword of the Spirit from the side of Goliath of apartheid and cut off its head. Finally, moving to a mentality of racism and tribalism in our country and policy that is destroyed. Then we shall finally declare we are free and we are no longer dumb. South Africa, this is our Kairos moment of mercy. Ons Baizani salute.
The next speaker is the Honorable Van Staden. Honorable Van Staden, will you just take a seat, please? I want to recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I just want to inquire whether the phrase "ons Baizani" is parliamentary. Thank you.
Honourable Member, we will refer that to the Subcommittee on Rules to look into those type of phrases. At the moment, it doesn't appear in the guide that we have as a word that is unparliamentary, but I will make a formal request for it to be discussed in that forum. The Honourable Van Staden.
2 years later.
Honourable Daniels, you cannot just switch on your microphone and start a conversation without being recognized. The Honourable Van Staden.
I apologize, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Geagte huisvoorsitter, op 27 April 1994 het Suid-Afrika se eerste demokratiese verkiesing plaasgevind na 'n baie moeilike en intense oorgangsproses. 'n Deel van hierdie proses was die onderhandelinge wat by Kodesa in Kempton Park plaasgevind het. En tydens hierdie onderhandelinge het sekere skikkings en ooreenkomste plaasgevind wat uiteindelik gelei het tot die grondwet van 1996. In die grondwet het ons 'n handves van menseregte en ons het ook artikel 235 wat die reg tot selfbeskikking erken en die verwesenliking daarvan wettig. Die vraag moet gevra word of Suid-Afrikaners werklik vry is na die afgelope 32 jaar. Pluk almal werklik die maatskaplike en ekonomiese vrugte van vryheid na 32 jaar van ANC bewind? Die antwoord is nee. Geen Suid-Afrikaner is werklik vry in Suid-Afrika nie. Werkloosheid, misdaad, korrupsie, wanadministrasie, wanbestuur, algehele instorting van infrastruktuur, behuisingstekorte, die probleme rakende ons openbare gesondheidsdienste en openbare vervoer, die probleme op ons landsgrense en die lys gaan aan. Al hierdie is alles oorsake wat alle Suid-Afrikaners se reg tot vryheid en menseregte finaal in die grond ingedryf het. Onder die huidige omstandighede is geen Suid-Afrikaner op hierdie stadium vry nie. Niemand van ons is vry nie. Ons vryheid is op hierdie stadium slegs op papier, maar die ANC, die vryhede wat gewaarborg was in die handves van menseregte, stukkie vir stukkie heeltemal vernietig. Sekere partye in hierdie parlement maak 'n aanslag op die grondwet deur 'n poging aan te wend om artikel 235 uit die grondwet te verwyder. Die internasionale werklikheid is dat die reg op selfbeskikking as 'n meganisme beskou word om spanning binne multikulturele state te ontlont. Chairperson, South Africans have an opportunity to set their sights on the local government elections taking place on Wednesday, the 4th of November of this year. This day must be used to break free from a chain of decline in which the ANC has entangled local governments and South Africa as a whole. The most pressing task for all South Africans now, today, is to ensure that they are registered to vote for the upcoming elections. Now is the time to remove the ANC in the local governments after 32 years of destruction. The ANC is finished and its support base is shrinking rapidly. Your time is over. The 4th of November marks a new dawn of hope. The Freedom Front Plus encourages voters to carefully consider which party's values, principles and policies resonate with them. Seize this opportunity, South Africa. Vote Freedom Front Plus for a better future. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Order, honourable members. Thank you, honourable member. The Honourable Ngobeni. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Yes, honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you,
Will you
Honourable,
just take your seat, please?
Honourable Acting Speaker. Please advise the GNU partners not to heckle their own GNU partners.
Honourable
when they are
member,
speaking.
that's not a point
Please.
of order.
Thank you.
Honourable Ngobeni, it's your opportunity now. Order, honourable members. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. When reflecting on the socio-economic fruits of freedom, we must be truthful, we must be sober, we must indeed be honest. 32 years of democracy, we must ask, where are the social and economic fruits of this freedom for the majority of South Africans? Today, over 12 million South Africans are unemployed, and more than 23 million are living in poverty, abject poverty, surviving on less than 1,300 Rand per month. That's 38% of us. That is indeed alarming. That is not the promise of post-apartheid South Africa. It is a profound failure to translate political freedom into economic inclusion and prosperity for South Africans, 94% of whom are black, and 25% of colored people live in extreme poverty. Both groups are supposedly the ANC's primary motive forces. And so we must therefore face the uncomfortable truth that the ANC-led GNU has no credible plan to change this trajectory, given its primary partners in the current arrangement. That we are stuck at 1.1% economic growth with no meaningful prospect of improvement in 2026 is a scary fact. There is no reform agency, there is no policy coherence, and there is no sense of economic direction. Instead, what we see is drift, and in that vacuum, the rule of law is eroded. One of the clearest examples of this failure is to enforce our very own immigration and business regulations. For example, South Africa already has a legal requirement that all foreign nationals willing to do business in South Africa must invest 5 million Rand into our country. Seemingly, that requirement only exists on paper. There has been no enforcement, no accountability, despite the drive to have all spaza shops having been required to register and comply with the law. What is the point of having regulations if the state lacks the will or capacity to enforce them? So what are we going to do? Through Action SA's Paza for Locals campaign, we are engaging communities across South Africa to check for compliance, to demand answers from the powers that be as to where the 5 million required investment is. How many MSMEs have benefited from the 500 million Spaza fund to date? This is not about targeting individuals as those avoiding accountability will have the people believe. It is about ensuring that all businesses operate within the law. Investment requires are verified. Health and safety standards are enforced and economic participation is fair and transparent. At the same time, Chairperson, we must acknowledge moments that remind us of our shared humanity. We are relieved that Mbuthuma Kubeka has been found alive in a country often defined by crisis. This is a moment of collective relief and hope. Economic freedom without opportunity is incomplete and therefore false. If we are serious about the next 30 years of democracy, we must confront failures that continue to exclude millions of South Africans from meaningful participation in the economy. In the final analysis, Honorable House Chair, we do not just want to celebrate freedom, we want to experience it. And lastly, Honorable Chair, South Africa does not belong to all who live in it. It belongs to South Africans.
Honourable
Sifuni
Member,
change.
your time is now
Sitikiwe
expired.
amamene
Thank you.
mene. Enkosi.
The next speaker is the Honourable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP recalls that on the 27th of April 1994, South Africans stood in long queues, united in hope, to cast their first democratic vote. Nearly 20 million voters participated in that historic moment, marking the end of apartheid and the birth of a constitutional democracy founded on dignity, equality, and human rights. The ACDP asserts that Freedom Day is more than a celebration of political liberation. Rather, it is a reminder of promise, one of shared prosperity, justice, and opportunity for all. Yet, 32 years later, we must confront the harsh reality that while political freedom has been secured, social and economic freedom remains incomplete. Corruption continues unabated, robbing our people of schools, clinics, and basic services. Public funds are looted with little consequence, while accountability remains weak and trust in institutions is eroded. We cry freedom, yet violent crime continues to stalk our communities, leaving families living in fear rather than dignity. We are told you are free, yet women and children remain unsafe, and gender-based violence and femicide persists as a national crisis, what many have rightfully called a shadow pandemic. We speak freedom, yet unemployment, poverty, and inequality define the daily life for millions of South Africans, and young people in particular feel excluded from the economic uncertainty for their future. The ACDP asserts that the vision of 1994 has not failed, but its implementation has. Governance failures, corruption, and weak leadership have delayed the realization of social and economic freedom. The path forward demands ethical, accountable leadership, and the ACDP commits to prioritizing job creation, supporting small businesses, stabilizing energy supply, and investing in education and skills development. Social cohesion, which include restoring a shared sense of nationhood grounded in justice, inclusion, and opportunity, is a foundation stone of freedom, and hence Freedom Day must move beyond celebration to honest reflection and decisive action. As kingdom builders, the ACDP is cognizant of the scripture, if the Son sets you free, you shall be free indeed, because this is where true freedom can be found. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Maqabane masithethe nenyaniso si-United Democratic Movement inye into esikhathazayo into yoba urhulumente wabantu abantsundu wakhe wane-2/3 majority apha enokwazi ukuguqula uMzantsi Afrika iqiniseke ukuthi abantu bayaphuma entluphekweni nakwidabi lomhlaba. Balibala ngokukhumsha bade banencilikiti nkqi ukuguqula imeko yabantu ngendlela ephucukileyo. Kodwa ke akunani sesilapha ngoku kuba ngoku ninexhala kuba nihleli nje ningonomalizo nomxolisi senihambe niyocela amalizo nigezelwa nazezantswela boya zingo-Elon Musk zinqwakuzayo zicinga into burhulumente funeka ave ngazo apha siphethe. Lo Mzantsi Afrika funeka bawazi ukuthi ulwelwe futhi sisonke akwalulanga ngukhongolose. Wonke umuntu ontsundu wayekwidabi lokulwa nabanye abantu ababecinezekile ngexesha ngosinoxanduva loba siwukhusele kulamageza ngo-Elon Musk anqwakuzele eMzantsi Afrika mabahlale apho bakhoyo. Okwesibini into yoba ibuhlungu into abantu abantsundu kuba nangoku bahleli besoyika into ze-extortion, besoyika ulwaphulomthetho babe belambile esiswini. Ize ithi nalo economy yabo iqhwalelayo after si-injecte imali eninzi nge-grants which is supposed to serve as a stimulus package iphela ifana ne-leakage kwi-system kuba aba bantu bathengisa ukutya okungakhange kubhatale tax apha eMzantsi Afrika okungakwazi noba kuvela phi okubulala abantwana bethu baphinde bathathe le mali ezi-grants bayithumele kumazwe abo besondla iintsapho zabo singakwazi uyisebenzisa apha to reignite i-township economy and to sustain it. Ne-township economy engahlelanga ezantsi ezibantwini bakuthi. Loo nto ibangela indlala nentlupheko nokuthi abantu bakuthi baxhomekeke ekubeni babe kanti bawumane bekhongozela kurhulumente ngalo lonke ixesha. I-BEE ne-Employment Equity ingathi sesazilibala siyakhumsha nje ngazo. Uba ujonga i-Johannesburg Stock Exchange siphethwe ngabantu abamweke oondlebe ezikhanyilanga sikhona. Uba ujonga apha emisebenzini abelungu bonqena uqesha nabafakane nabanye abantu batsawugqiba bathi kuba bayasithelekisa thina abantu bamnyama bowuthatha abantu bekufika abasuka ngaphandle babaqeshe ngondlela mnyama babangababhatali nakakuhle kuba into abayijongileyo inye kuba kukwenza inzuzo lento kuthiwa yi-profit motive. Abanaxesha lokwakha uMzantsi Afrika ngobuninzi bazo badinga urhulumente konomqolo hayi unomalizo hayi unomxolisi okanye uxolani ehambe nje ehleli nje uhamba uxolisa uxakwe noba makathina dabe nengqambo ozawukwazi ukuthi indlela ihamba apha siyalawula mamelani okanye nithwale ihabsaka zethu akuFreystata niphume ngaphandle. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Nakhensa mtshama isitulo. Mtshama isitulo. Today we celebrate the hard-won freedoms we gained over 32 years ago. Freedoms like the right to vote, the freedom of expression and the freedom of association. These are vital parts of our democracy. We must also acknowledge that we are no longer a young democracy. 32 years is almost a lifetime, and it can be easy to take these freedoms for granted. Yet it is important that we take the time to reflect on how much was sacrificed for our democracy and how far we have come since 1994. We can also never rest on our laurels. Political freedoms are hollow without socio-economic empowerment, and many South Africans have been left behind. Every day, South Africans are plagued by economic anxiety, broken infrastructure, and unsafe streets. Honorable members, we still have a lot of work ahead of us to ensure that every South African can fully enjoy the fruits of our democracy. We must, however, celebrate the successes of our country, but we must also use these successes as a fuel to continue building. We must work to ensure that every South African is safe, that every South African have access to a job that empowers them to provide for themselves and their families. We need to continue to build a South Africa that is united and equal. South Africa is ours. It is our country, and we must never give up on its potential. This year, South Africans will go to the ballot to elect their chosen local leaders. I want to urge every eligible voter to not take their political freedoms for granted. Many have died to ensure that we all can have a say in how our government works. We must make sure that we are registered and make sure that on the 4th of November, we do cast our vote. However, voting is a necessary condition for bringing change, but it is not enough. We need to elect the best possible leaders amongst ourselves. What is clear is that our municipalities need new leaders. To my fellow members in this House, we must never give up fighting to ensure that every South African can fully enjoy the fruits of our democracy. Let us ensure that South Africa and South Africans have leaders that they can trust. We can and must build a safe, prosperous, and united South Africa in one generation. We can see them so much that. Ready, please go and pay that fine of yours.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Maimane.
House Chairperson Martin Luther King said, "None of us are free until the last one is." And I asked myself this question continuously when I was recently in Dobsonville attending to a crime scene where a young girl was violently raped. I asked myself this question when young people today will tell you that 2 out of 3 of them cannot find work. I asked this question of myself when you go around in our nation and you discover that young people are comfortable when their government tells them they can pass at 30%. Now, honorable members, President Mandela at his inauguration said that truly may the sun never set on such a glorious achievement. I want to categorically state that the transition from apartheid to freedom was a glorious achievement. It gave all of us the right to be who we want to be, to self-identify. It's why when we started Build One South Africa, we wanted to be clear that black, white, Indian, and colored can be South Africans first and foremost. That we never must derive legitimacy in our country by mobilizing citizens on the basis of race and wanting to argue that this race is more important than another race. That ultimately our freedom can only be secured when all shall prosper together and no one is left behind. So fellow South Africans, we need to remind ourselves on days such as this one, that the one way we can make the sun set on this glorious achievement is to allow the corrupt to walk around being corrupt, is to allow the crooks to terrorize our homes and be violent where crime continues, is to allow ourselves to never write laws that build inclusive economies. When that happens, this glorious achievement will see the sun set on it. Fellow South Africans and honorable members, we dare not fail to deliver for our people. Our citizens are guaranteed the right to water, they're guaranteed the right to work, they want a decent education, they want to know they live in a safe country. If we fail to do that, we will allow charlatans to stand up and divide us again and let the sun set on this glorious achievement. President Mandela closes with these words. He said, let freedom reign. Coretta Scott King says, freedom is never won It ought to be fought for in every generation. May our generation fight for freedom now. Let freedom reign. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ATM. Honorable Jama.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members of the National Assembly, compatriots of this great nation, what a profound privilege it is to stand before you. Before I begin, I rise with a heavy heart to honor and dedicate my maiden speech to Comrade Banyana Ndodo Kutamo Makula, my comrade of the ANC and a fellow activist in the LGBTQI desk of the Women's League. Today, we lost not just a leader, but a fearless voice for dignity, for equality, and for the full humanity of those too often pushed to the margins of our society. I knew Comrade Banyana as disciplined, courageous, and deeply committed to the struggle for a South Africa that lives up to the promise of its constitution. She was especially passionate about the representation of queer people in all corridors of power and decision-making, that this House must not speak about the people, but must begin to look like the people in all their diversity. We will honor her legacy not in words alone, but through our work in this Parliament. Honorable members, we meet in this August House against the backdrop of the 32nd anniversary of our country's democracy. In April, we not only mark the founding of the People's Republic, but it is also a month where we are reminded of the true cost of existence as a nation and as a people of South Africa. In April 1993, our nation stood on the precipice of both grief and transformation. The brutal assassination of Comrade Krizani shook the country, followed soon after by the passing of one of our most distinguished leaders, President Oliver Tambo. Yet in the face of this profound loss, the people of South Africa did not retreat or cower. Instead, they pressed forward and kept the hope of a new South Africa alive. In 1994, millions of South Africans, many for the very first time, stood in long queues, not in protest, but in hope and solidarity of a South Africa free from the chains of apartheid regime. But Honorable House Chair, this moment did not emerge in isolation. It was the people of South Africa who in the 1950s answered the call to defy the brutality of apartheid. It was the people who in Sharpeville massacre were gunned down without warning, paying the ultimate price for freedom. And it was the youth, the children of this country, who during the Soweto uprising rose against a system designed to diminish their humanity. They stood unarmed, yet unshaken. With nothing but their courage, their fists, and an unbreakable and indomitable spirit, they confronted injustice. It is this spirit that lives in us today. Honorable House Chair, to accord with my generational peers, we are our ancestors' wildest dreams, but we also carry their unfinished work. The youth of this country carry with them both the specter and aspirations of those who came before us. We, the youth, since the dawn of democracy, and recently as 2015 in the period of the colloquially known as Fees Must Fall, have consistently asked for the tools to shape our own destiny, not a handout, hardly a pacifier, but the right to be. And it is from this foundation, that hard-won, blood-soaked foundation, that I stand here today to say, without equivocation or apology, South Africa is, in the deepest and most meaningful sense, the finest nation on this earth. I do not say this with the naivety of someone who has not walked our streets at night, or stood in a queue at a public hospital, or watched load-shedding schedules devour a small business. I say it looking at these realities in the eye. I say it as a young queer woman in a country where my full personhood was encoded in the Constitution before most nations had even begun the conversation. I say this as a feminist who reads the preamble, "We, the people of South Africa," and understands that these words were not decorative. They were a promise and they remain a demand. Honorable House Chair, which other nation born in the rubble of systemic dehumanization chose as its first act of sovereign will, not vengeance, but reconciliation? What other country placed the dignity of every person, regardless of race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or belief, as a founding architecture of a state? We did not inherit a perfect country, we built an aspirational one, and that aspiration remains our political task. Our Constitution remains amongst the most progressive in the history of human governance. It does not merely tolerate difference, it affirms it. It is because we love this country so completely that we will not allow its story to be distorted within and without. In recent months, South Africa has been the subject of a campaign of misrepresentation on the world stage. Claims amplified by powerful voices that this government persecutes a racial minority, that white South Africans face state-sanctioned violence, or that genocide is imminent are both reckless and untrue. Honorable House Chair, the African National Congress rejects these claims in the strongest terms, not because any government is about scrutiny, but because these allegations are not made in good faith and are not supported by fact. They are a political project. South Africa is a nation in which every citizen, regardless of race, enjoys constitutional protection, a nation in which the courts remain independent, the press remains free, and the opposition parties sit in this very chamber and speak without fear of arrest. The ANC's commitment to reconciliation is a foundational doctrine, paid for in the currency of what our people were entitled to demand and chose not to. It is the reason President Mandela walked out of Victor Festa prison and called not for retribution, but for partnership. It is the reason the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was convened, not to erase the past, but to face it openly, together, and to build something that could survive it. We did not reconcile because we forgot what was done to us. We reconciled because we understood that a nation cannot be built on the perpetual re-litigation of its worst chapters. We carry the memory of apartheid not as a weapon, but as a warning to ourselves and the world. Those who today invoke the language of victimhood to avoid accountability for land concentration, for accumulated generational wealth, for the ongoing structural advantages that apartheid built and democracy has not yet fully dismantled. They do not speak for reconciliation, they speak against it. South Africa will not be misrepresented into shame. We know who we are. Honorable House Chair, this House must hold a further truth without flinching. The gap between the Constitution's promise and the lives of ordinary South Africans remains a wound we cannot romanticize. Over 32% of our people remain unemployed. The youth unemployment rate tells a story so severe, it ought to shame every comfortable chair in this chamber. Women, particularly black women, continue to bear the double burden of economic exclusion and gender-based violence at rates that constitute a national crisis. The promise is present, the delivery is incomplete. But I say this as a product of the Youth League, as someone who carries the lessons of Robben Island and the memory of President Winnie Mandela's defiance. We do not abandon a project because it is difficult. Our task is not to mourn the distance we have yet to travel. Our task is to close it. The ANC Youth League has for decades been the conscience of this movement. When the movement drifted, it was the youth who pulled it back toward the people. This is not coincidence. This is not historical. This is a historical fact. The youth of this country are not a beneficiary class waiting to be uplifted. They are an active political force, and they must be treated as such. Honorable members, I'm here to name a commitment that South Africa's greatness is not confined to its past, even when baited by privileged white men like Honorable Cameron, who carelessly proclaims in this House today that freedom is divorced from the right to vote. It lives restlessly in the young woman in Langa who walks kilometers to a library to study, in the young woman in Makopane who built a solar panel from salvaged parts, in the trans woman in Kakamas who is fighting for the right to simply exist without violence. There are no stories of failure. They are evidence of a people who refuses to collapse. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let us not mistake difficulty for failure. Let us not allow those who have never loved this country to narrate this story. South Africa belongs to those who live in it, who grieve in it, who fight in it, and who, despite everything, still choose it. I choose it. And so I close where I began, in gratitude for the African National Congress, for the martyrs of Sharpeville Massacre, for the children in Soweto Uprising, for Chris Zani and Oliver Tambo, for Nelson and Winnie Mandela, and yes, for the countless others unnamed, unstatued, and uncelebrated who made this republic possible. 32 years is young for a democracy, and like all young things, it demands care. This House is that care. Honorable members, let us come through that understanding. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Musa. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable.
Can you take a
Deputy
seat,
Speaker.
Honorable Musa?
Thank you very much for recognizing me. I did not want to interrupt my honorable colleague, but I'm very concerned and I seek your guidance. Many of the members are not even listening to any of these speeches, and I can understand why. Because tonight, something major is happening in this country where South Africans are going to be hit with a massive fuel increase. And they are wondering what Parliament is going to do about it. Is there any way that we can introduce something like that in Parliament where we can discuss the catastrophic impact that these increases are going to have on South Africans? Please.
Honorable Reddy, I think maybe you should have contributed in the speech of your member when they were debating. But right now, honestly, we cannot entertain that. And you know the right channels as well to follow when you want a topic to be discussed. We do have mini plenaries. You sit in the Chief Whip's Forum. Please follow those channels. Can we please continue? Honorable Musa, Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to address you on your ruling. I think one of the problems that we're having in the House is that Honorable Reddy does not refer to the rule that he's raising when he raises a point of order, and effectively then abuses the House by making a speech which, as you say, one of his members should have made. So I want to appeal to you, Chair. Could you please ask all members to indicate in terms of which rule they raise points of order? Thank you.
Noted, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable Musa, please. Honorable Musa, please take your seat. Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The honorable member should lead by example. Which rule did he use to make that
Honorable
point?
Honorable Manye, I've made a ruling on this one. I don't want any debate regarding this issue, and we are moving on. I've called upon Honorable Musa to come to the
but you
podium
admi-
for the debate.
Chair, be fair.
No, I
Don't
did
collapse
not.
the House, Chair.
No, Honorable
Don't collapse
Manye.
the House, Chair.
Honorable Manye.
Don't collapse the House,
Switch off
Chair.
your mic. Honorable
collapse
Manye,
the House.
switch off your mic. Honorable Musa, please continue.
Thank you. In the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, I greet all our beloved family of South Africans in the name of peace. Al-Jamaa Party pays tribute to the martyrs and all political activists who contributed to the liberation of South Africa from colonialism and the brutal apartheid policies. Freedom Day is a symbol of dignity, political rights, and the power of collective struggle. However, our country still faces severe challenges on the socio-economic front. What was achieved was not total liberation, but a political transition which have not brought about the fundamental economic changes our martyrs sacrificed their lives for. At the same time, Al-Jamaa acknowledges that the new dispensation has changed the lives of many, but not for the majority of disadvantaged people. We know that there is no freedom without ownership of land. Our political rights we have, but enjoying economic freedom remains a long way still to go. Genuine transition from oppression means ownership of land, access to tertiary education, decent jobs, opportunities, access to quality primary education in safe environments, safety and security, and economic opportunities for the disadvantaged people must be unlocked. We cannot still have remnants of apartheid. Al-Jamaa believes that the country's economic problems are not caused by foreign legal documented nationals, those mobilizing against African and Asian foreign nationals that should take their protests, they should rather take it to the increasing estates in the Western Cape or the boardrooms of Sandton. As Al-Jamaa, we firmly believe that an African cannot be regarded as a foreigner anywhere within South Africa. Our continent's history, struggles, and shared humanity bind us together beyond artificial borders. We must expose those paid agents, whether local or foreign, who deliberately incite hatred against fellow human beings and most tragically who fuel black-on-black violence. We have witnessed these divide and rule tactics during apartheid, and we refuse to allow such destructive strategies to take root again. As proud South Africans, we remain resolute and unwavering in our commitment to uphold human dignity and defend fundamental human rights. We will continue to stand firm and speak out boldly against any form of oppression and injustice reminiscent of apartheid-era crimes. Al-Jamaa calls for the urgent and fair processing of refugee status, residency, and citizenship applications, and in doing so, we affirm our commitment to the values of justice, unity, and compassion that define us as Africans. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Member. NCC. I will now recognize the Honorable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, the tree of liberty will be nourished by the blood of our martyrs. So said the struggle stalwart, Bramaik Selo Matsobane, to a group of young people in Kagiso in March 1976. Matsobane was convicted for 12 years in the secret Bethel trial that put the PAC in the apartheid courts for its underground activities from 1963 to 1976. The freedom we are discussing today was earned through blood, tears, and sweat of the champions of the liberation movements. Many innocent and defenseless people were massacred and razed down to the ground with bullets from the denialists of freedom. The freedom we won and celebrated on the 27th April 1994 and onwards since then is a freedom that belongs to the people as a whole. The universal franchise that allowed every citizen to vote is very valuable and gives the African masses the right to choose their leaders and public representatives, and the right and very hard to decide their collective destiny. The freedom to vote, all of us, was won at the talks when others were saying only those with qualifications like matric or having property in their names should be on the voters' roll. Which is why we encourage the new generations to understand that what it means to put their eggs on the ballot, it is to claim their souls and keep it. It is to link up with freedom fighters and keep the latter in spirit of the victory to be real and tangible. The fruit of freedom in a social sense mean that our communities must own the land in which generations have been fighting for and keep it in the good and safe and fair way among themselves. No one should be excluded from owning the land collectively as part of the society they live in. The fruit of freedom in an economic sense must make every family to own a piece of land of ground that they call home. A house on the soil of Africa is a sacred place, a spiritual belonging, an economic value that can be determined in monetary terms, a form of wealth that the family have the right of tenure they can call generational wealth. The PAC sees the link of the universal franchise in the vote as an important value of freedom we have sacrificed so much. The link is like a chain that binds us to the Republic as citizens of equal value to utilize the power of the victory against apartheid and settler colonialism, not only morally, but in real terms of social and economic value. Citizens must take responsibility of exercising their power at the voting stations by deciding who they want to be in the public representative space of government, to make their quality of life in the villages of the rural areas and in the suburbs of the cities, in the townships and other living spaces areas to be part of human dignity. Azania deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotso Africa. Today I rise as a proud voice of the United African Transformation, rooted in a spirit of Ubuntu, carrying the torch for Pan-African radicalism, and committed to the unfinished work of Uhuru and Chimurenga. Ours is the home of the destitute, the disabled, the orphans, the widows, the vulnerable children of the African soil. Today we are told to celebrate the fruits of democracy, yet the promise of freedom has become a bitter harvest for millions. What value does the political independence hold if the access to land and resources remain concentrated in the hands of the few? 30 years later, most of our people remain landless tenants in the land of our forefathers, while the beneficiaries of colonialism theft still hold the title deeds. We are expected by our own government to buy back the land that was stolen from our forebears. Our question is, from who did these landlords buy the land from? Our constitution, through trapped in noble ideas, too often protect the interests of the minority at the expense of the African majority. The spirit of Ubuntu, the philosophical heart of Pan-Africanism, is being eroded as our people are denied self-determination. The three pillars of government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary have failed to put the people first, most of all in the fight for land justice. Consider the tragedy of Brettersdorp in the Western Cape. Land is promised to the poor, but only if you meet the criteria, be under 29, with 3 children, and be unemployed. Even then, plots are revoked without support or opportunity. This is not a new phase of exclusion. It is not a modern system designed to keep our people in chain of dependency, under the watchful eye of the GNU, the IMF, Anglo, and the Western powers. Fellow Africans, Ma-Afrika, Freedom Day must not be a celebration of privileged few. It must be the festival of Chimoringa, the ongoing struggle for all. Until the land is restored, until the Constitution serves African majority, until Ubuntu is our guiding star, our liberation remains incomplete. Let us raise our voice, demand a true transformation, and claim the real fruits of the freedom of every African.
Thank you. Good. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, House Chair. As we commemorate 32 years of freedom and the democratic gains we have made and continue to make, it is important that we take stock of where we come from, where we are, and where we are going. We have undoubtedly come a long way. Democracy in South Africa continues to evolve. In 2024, the people exercised their democratic freedom and delivered a new mandate, one that resulted in the government of national unity. This is proof that our democracy is working, but we must remain vigilant in safeguarding it from polarization, destructive ideology, and anything that undermines and is in direct contrast to the core principles of democracy. Dressing up hatred as patriotism and using real pain of people for political gain, as Honorable Souls and his Facebook party is keen to do, is just one example of the type of populist ideology raising its ugly head. Honorable members, freedom was never guaranteed. It was hard fought for by brave South Africans. That is why we must never take it for granted. We must also recognize that the struggle for freedom did not end in 1994. It continues for those still forced to live without dignity and locked out of opportunity. Honorable House Chair, words matter. They have meaning. We can speak about freedom in theory, but the lived reality for too many South Africans tells a different story. Millions remain trapped and shackled by poverty, inequality, and a lack of opportunity. We cannot claim freedom for all, while so many remain unfree. And until we start tackling social ills facing our communities, the Department of Social Development has a critical role to play in these to breaking these shackles and lifting people out of poverty and into a life of dignity. Social development is one of the most important departments in government because it serves those with the least amount of freedom, the most vulnerable in our country. The Department of Social Development must lead the fight against substance abuse, which continues to trap communities in cycles of destruction and perpetual hopelessness. The department must ensure that the fight against gender-based violence and femicide is relentless and that shelters, interventions, and legislations are strong enough to move us towards a safer society for women, girls, and the LGBTIQA+ community. And together with SASSA, this department must ensure that social grants are delivered effectively, efficiently, with dignity, and without putting lives at risk while waiting in line to get assistance. Until this is done,
Honorable Sheriff, can you please take a seat? There's a point of order.
Thank you, House Chair. I just want to know if the member on the podium is willing to take a question.
Okay. Honorable Sharif, are you willing to take a question?
I am not, House Chair. Until this is
She's
done,
not.
until we have functioning rehabilitation centers and effective referral systems and interventions that work to fight against substance abuse, there must be enough social workers that are accessible and assist with providing people with tools to cope with trauma and violence so many people continue to face. Until we see real progress in the fight against GBVF, and until people no longer die waiting in queues for grants, we cannot speak honestly about freedom. We cannot celebrate Freedom Day until everyone is free. It is a sad reality that the Department of Social Development continues to fall short of its mandate. This failure is not abstract. It is an injustice to millions who rely on the department as a lifeline. There are people striving for a future free from poverty, free from violence, free from substance abuse, free from inequality, and free from corruption. The Department of Social Development has a vital role to play. But how do we move forward when the minister continues to bring it into disrepute? What confidence can South Africans have when scandal after scandal engulfs this minister? Most recently, allegations that a food aid was forced to hand over almost half of their income for so-called household expenditures. Is this freedom? Is this how we uplift people and create opportunity? It cannot be. When a minister tasked with protecting the most vulnerable is instead consumed by constant controversy, it undermines the fight against poverty and inequality and erodes public trust. If we are serious about freedom for all, then we must start with accountability in the Department of Social Development. Real, consistent accountability. We must say clearly and collectively, enough is enough. The people of South Africa must come first. Collaboration across society is essential if we are to confront the deep social challenges we face. But collaboration without accountability is meaningless. Accountability cannot be selective. It must be the standard. And this is why we will continue to call for a parliamentary inquiry in the Portfolio Committee of Social Development. Honourable members, freedom cannot be reserved for a select few. It must be real, it must be tangible, and it must be accessible to every South African, regardless of who they are or where they come from. Until that is achieved, debates like this become hollow, because debating ideals without delivering change does nothing for the people we serve. Freedom is a right that many people died for. We cannot squander it. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable members, good evening. Chair, as a nation, our journey of the past 32 years has since began with all the challenges. And as the ANC, we are saying neither flaws nor perfectness can be attributed to these 32 years. Yet it is a story of undeniable progress that cannot be ignored by all of you in this honorable house. It is a story of a country that has progressed, a country that has moved from exclusion to inclusion, a country that has moved from denial to recognition, a country that has moved from oppression to freedom, and none of you can deny that. That is why you are here today, speaking as how you are speaking, because you are free, you are in freedom, Honorable Reddy. No one can deny the challenges, struggles, hardships, setbacks, frustrations, painful contradictions that we have faced. However, our journey has also carried with hope, triumph, endurance, renewal, extraordinary national achievements, and remarkable progress that many countries around the world can only dream of. Our democratic era has delivered significant progress that you know. But when you are in this platform, you tend to deny everything, and that is not fair. The speaker who stood here on behalf of MKP, saying that there is a shadow, she was a shadow herself standing here, because when we freed South Africa, we freed everyone, even them who just born 2 years ago. They are able to come and stand here and speak the way they are doing because they are free. Let's acknowledge the fact that South Africa is no longer the same. However, there are challenges. It was worse even when your Baba was there. For 9 years, your Baba was there, it was worse. The Freedom Front Plus, when talking about the Bill of Rights, please be truthful. Be truthful, because the Bill of Rights are enshrined and they are respected. And having been respected, the rights are enforceable through the independent judiciary, which is led by the Constitutional Court of South Africa, and that we respect. That is part of our freedom. Honorable members, our democracy has entrenched non-racialism and non-sexism, and we are not going to allow anyone to take us back to a racist South Africa that we've passed. We're not going to allow that. Today, South Africa enjoys vibrant, independent press, freedom of speech, open media, and meaningful political participation. And we are saying as the ANC, there are regular elections every 5 years, free and fair elections. And come November 4, 179 days to go. Sizawudibana koshiyana onini kondla. Sawudibana voting. Xa sidibana voting, niseniye kukhala ke nina abakhalayo ngoba nikhala qho nithi saqhathwa kuthe yana court because you don't have facts. You can't go to court. Niyahabalaza nje apha esithubeni without facts, because khange niwine ezi elections. Nine imagination yoba in case that and you won, dololo no winning yama elections come October or come November 4.
Asimsabi.
We are
Continue, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, can we allow the speaker on the podium and not drown? Oh, Honorable Minister, can you please take a seat, Honorable Michalakis?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it's all incredibly exciting, but can we request that the Minister please use a bit more of a moderate tone? We can't hear her screaming here at the back. Thank you.
We will request that Honorable
It's too
Minister.
loud, House Chair. We can't hear.
The Honorable Member of the DA says that when you speak loudly, they can't hear what you are actually saying. So maybe if you speak through the mic, but not a bit louder so that it doesn't burst the speakers. No, Honorable members, no.
We as the ANC, we believe and trust IEC. They will deliver votes with the integrity that they've been doing for the past years. Put your house in order, go and win the elections. Aziwinwa apa, ziwinwa phanga phandle. Honorable Chair, umohluko wenziwe uluntu lwakuthi, kodwa inyaniso emsulwa yinto yoba amanani onyukile. Uba nje ndinoninika nje into ethi when we took over government, it was
Honorable Minister, can you please take a seat? Honorable Reddy, what are you rising on?
Honorable Speaker, will the beautiful Minister be prepared to take a question?
Honorable Minister, are you
Yes.
prepared to take a question?
Thanks.
Yes, the Honorable Minister is prepared to take a question, but I want to tell the Honorable Minister that it will be eating on your time.
Yes.
You are allowed to ask the question, Honorable
She
Reddy.
cannot refuse me.
You are allowed to ask the question now.
Okay, thank you. Right. So
You can stand.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
My question to the minister is, given the fact that the country is in a water crisis, most people don't have access to water, is that real freedom? And to see that, especially in the last 5 years, from the time of a predecessor, the situation has gone from bad to worse. I just want to ask the beautiful minister that question, please.
That's a
Thank
correct
you.
question
Thank you
to
very
ask,
much, Honorable Reddy.
That's a correct question to ask, as I always respond to that question, that when it comes to bulk water supply, when it comes to raw water, there is no challenge. But indeed, there is a challenge when it comes to reticulation. Indeed, there's a challenge when it comes to distribution. That is why even the president has tried to intervene now to say, how do we ensure that we come closer to the local government sphere, which is mandated to deliver water? I cannot deny the fact that not all South Africans have access on reliable water. That is a fact. Chair, today the participation is near the universal, with over 50%, over 95% of children, 6 to 15 in school, and not more than 15 million learners enrolled nationally. Are you not calling that freedom? When our children are getting school nutrition program on a daily basis, are you not calling that freedom? When the indigent policy gets implemented, are you not calling that freedom? What do you call it if you don't call it freedom? When 1,1 to 1,2 students are getting NSFAS, what do you call that? Is that not freedom? Which are more than 7 million beneficiaries over time that are going to get NSFAS. What do you call it? We are figuring and one no as well. When there is NHI that has been passed, about to be implemented, are you not calling that freedom? When there is Bella Act, are you not calling that freedom? This is the freedom that we're talking about. This is the freedom that we're talking about. We, as the ANC, we know for the fact that we come a long way with the traditional leadership institutions. And we are going to demonstrate our unwavering support for traditional leadership institutions to ensure that whatever is done in the country, we are not only compatible with our constitution, but we respect the constitution, and we are not going to be constitutional delinquents at any moment. Honorable Chair, it is also important to note that when we took this country in 1994, the population was standing at 40.3 million. Today, we're talking about the population that is standing at 63 million. And surely, the infrastructure is exhausted, the infrastructure is drained, and therefore, we need more investment in the infrastructure. That is why we go out to the financial market to say, let's work together. That is why the business sector in South Africa, through the economic transformation, we are saying, you must play your part. We are playing our part in terms of the social transformation. But one of the members here said, the issue, I think it was EFF, the issue of economic transformation cannot be shelved any longer. We fully agree with that we know, and we are saying, top of on the agenda is the economic transformation. Honorable Chair, the mighty ANC is going to ensure that what we agreed upon in 1994 of setting everyone free will continue with that agenda, because it's still far for us to end that. Chair, a call to protect and advance our freedom. Our freedom did not come free. That is why some people will come here and rubbish that freedom because they don't understand what it entails. This is the freedom that must be, we are strengthening our institutions. We must confront fraud, malfeasance, and corruption. Wherever it raises its ugly head. We also welcome all the commissions established by the president because these are the commissions that are really unveiling what has been happening in the institutions, and we have confidence in those institutions. Honorable Chair, the constitutional democracy has also ensured that there is equality, there is dignity, there is freedom, and we're everywhere. Honorable Chair, I thank you very much. Come November 4, vote the ANC, the People's Party, the People's Government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Thank you, Honorable Members. That concludes the debate. Before we move to the next item, Honorable Members, there's a ruling that I must make upon the point of order that was raised by Honorable Dagmo on Honorable Lonzi's remark to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. On 18 March 2026, Honorable Dagmo rose on a point of order alleging that Honorable Lonzi stated that the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, quote unquote, is lying. When she responded to a follow-up question of Honorable van der Merwe. On examining the unrevised Hansard, it shows that the following remarks made by Honorable Lonzi, apologies, quote, Chair, on a point of order, no thank you to come like this, Chair, but the Minister is misleading the House. It is the NYDA that said they spent 1.4 million. It is not an allegation. They are the ones who submitted the report and said we spent 1.4 million on one program. Close. After I had said to Honorable Lonzi that this was a matter of debate, he responded by saying, but the Honorable Minister is lying. Rule 85 provides that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity or verbally abuse a member in any other way. To state that the Minister is lying directly contravenes the provision of Assembly Rule 85. It is disappointing, Honorable Lonzi, that you first sought to imply that the Minister was misleading the House, which is permissible, as it could be inadvertent, but then after I had ruled on that matter, you proceeded to state that the Minister was lying. You are aware that it is not allowed in terms of our rules and practices. I will now request Honorable Lonzi to stand and withdraw the remark that the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability was lying. Honorable Lonzi. Honorable Lonzi.
On a point of order, House Chair.
There's no point of order, I'm still dealing with the ruling. Honorable Lonzi.
On a point of order, House Chair, precisely on your ruling and presiding on the procedure that
You know
are
the
using.
procedures that you need to
Yes,
follow
you are
in
not
order for you to
following
do
the
that.
procedure. Hence,
Honorable
I'm
Lonzi.
calling a point of order.
Honorable Lonzi, can you stand?
You are yet again disrupting
Honorable
this House.
Ntlangwini. Honorable Ntlangwini.
But I'm calling
Honorable
a point
Ntlangwini,
of
I'm
order.
not going to take any point of order. I'm still dealing with the ruling.
But I'm calling
You
a
are
point
going
of
to
order.
sit, Honorable Ntlangwini.
I'm calling a point of
Honorable
order.
Tlangwini, please take your seat.
I'm calling a point of
No,
order.
you can't call a point of order while I'm still dealing with the ruling.
But what you are
I
doing
am
is
dealing
wrong.
with this ruling. May you please take your seat.
Okay, now continue.
Honorable Lonzi,
Chair, what are the consequences of a minister that misleads Parliament? Perhaps that can be something that the chair must
Honorable
also look
Lonzi,
into.
I'm sure you heard me when I said, I read out all the ruling. I am not allowing you to have an engagement. I'm saying, can you stand and withdraw that the minister is lying?
No,
And you
for-
know that
For
it
the
is
sake-
not.
For the sake of progress, Chair, we'll withdraw.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
On a point of order, House Chair.
I have not recognized you, Honorable Tlangwini.
On a point of order.
I have not recognized you. Will switch off the mic and raise your hand. You may sit first. After I've recognized you, you will then stand. Honorable Tlangwini.
No problem, I will comply to all of you, but Kosalayo, you will listen to me. House Chair, what we have done was procedurally wrong and you know it. Because before you are even, how were you going to know if Honorable Lonzi was not going to be in the house? Because at least you should have had the courtesy that we are always doing to alert the chief whip that you are going to place a ruling on someone. And that is how it have been done throughout the years. So this new terms of working, it can't be continuous. So please just correct it that your rulings, next time when you are doing that, we will let our members walk out because at least you must do the courtesy to let us know it. It has always happened like that.
Thank you, Honorable Tlangwini. I'm sure you would know that it is not the House Chairperson or the presiding officer that informs the Chief Whip. It will be coming from the office, the table that is supporting the presiding officers. So, as of now, I was informed that Honorable Lonzi is in the House. That is why I had that ruling. So there is absolutely nothing wrong on that side, but I will check with the table if indeed the Chief Whip of the EFF was not informed. Honorable members, we move again. There was another point of order which was raised by Honorable Michalakis on reference. Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF.
Thank you very much. I was never notified, and I was at least expecting you to ask me first before you conclude that you are not aware whether we have been informed or not. But I can clearly state that we were never informed.
Thank you for stating that. That is why I did say that I will still consult with the table to check if there was any communication.
But I'm telling you that we were never
No,
informed.
we are not going to have an engagement. I am saying I will check. So I can't take only what I'm informed on one part. So I must get that if two parts do agree that you were not informed and we are not going to have an engagement, I have made that ruling. On 19 honorable members, there was a point of order raised by Honorable Michalakis on reference to Honorable Smith, who would have arrested if you were still under apartheid, Rule 85. On 19 March 2026, during a debate on the escalating crisis in the Middle East following the recent US attack on Iran and the implication this has on South Africa, while Honorable S.O.R. Maumapil was delivering his speech, the Honorable G. Michalakis rose on a point of order in terms of Rule 85. In his point of order, Honorable Michalakis stated that Honorable Maumapil said that Honorable Smith would have been arrested under certain circumstances. He argued that by making that statement, the member was casting aspersions on Honorable Smith and implied that he was a criminal. He further argued that if Honorable Maumapelo had any proof of Honorable Smith having committed a crime, he had to bring the matter to the attention of the House through a substantive motion. I then indicated that would make a ruling on that matter at a later stage. Hansard record, the unrevised Hansard record, Honorable Maumapelo, as having said the following amongst others. You must know, Honorable Smith, that you are a beneficiary of a struggle of black people and Africans who sacrificed their life for you to stand up here and speak without being arrested by the police. You know no sacrifice of the struggle. After the point of order was raised, Honorable Maumapelo sought to clarify his statement and stated that in simple terms, Honorable Presiding Officer, what is bequeathed to people like Honorable Smith here today is a consequence of the struggle and the sacrifices of black people. I find that Honorable Maumopelo's challenged remarks regarding Honorable Smith were meant to illustrate a historical fact of the rights that citizens now enjoy as a consequence of the end of apartheid, during which people would be arrested for expressing their views. This is evident that the original statement by Honorable Maumapelo and his subsequent elaboration after the point of order was raised, it cannot by any stretch of one's imagination be interpreted to mean that Honorable Smith committed a crime for which a substantive motion would be required. It is a historical fact that people used to be arrested for things they said. That is why we have freedom of expression in our Bill of Rights today. I do not find that Honorable Maumapelo's statement violated any rule of debate. The point of order by Honorable Michalakis is therefore not sustained. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we shall now move to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress move without notice that the House notes that Professor Relebohile Moletsane has been honored with an honorary Doctor of Education degree by the University of the Free State at the Kwakwa campus on the 11th of April 2026. She further notes that she was honored for her transformative contribution to education, gender equity, and rural development. Understand that from her early age days as the J.L. Dube Chair in Rural Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal to her current leadership of the Female Academic Leadership Fellowship, VETS, Chair in Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, she has consistently centered the voices of the most marginalized, particularly girls and young women in rural communities. Believes that her visual participatory research methodologies have not only advanced scholarship, but have also empowered communities to tell their own stories, document their own experiences, and advocate for systemic change. Acknowledges that her national and international recognition includes major research chairs, prestigious fellowships, and Distinguished Women in Science Award for the Department of Science and Technology, and extend its heartiest congratulations to Professor Moletsane on this well-deserved honor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. DA?
Honourable Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House remembers the catastrophic flooding across Limpopo and in Mpumalanga in January this year, recalls that the Kruger National Park was especially hard hit with damages exceeding R1 billion, congratulates South African national parks for their excellent disaster response, including evacuating hundreds of visitors and staff without a single injury or casualty. Remembers that the Kruger National Park is a world-renowned conservation and tourism asset which supports significant employment and economic opportunities. Acknowledges that rebuilding will require significant investment and a whole-of-society approach. Supports the Minister's establishment of the Kruger Recovery Fund to fundraise for this purpose. Commends the Minister for securing independent auditors to ensure good governance and donor confidence, and encourages South Africans and the international community to assist with donations and in-kind support for the Kruger Recovery Fund. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. MK?
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with grave concern the continued exclusion of children with autism spectrum disorder from the public education system. Further notes the severe shortage of autism-specific public schools, trained educators, and educate support service. Acknowledge that thousands of children remain on waiting lists while others are left without access to appropriate education and development support. Recognizes that this constitutes a systemic failure that undermines the constitutional rights to basic education, dignity, and equality. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party resolves that this House calls on the government to urgently expand autism-specific public schools across all provinces with a clear funding commitment. Invest in specialized training for educators and support personnel. Strengthen early diagnostic and intervention programs. Develop a national autism education strategy with clear targets and accountability. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
House Chair.
If there are no objections, Honorable Mkhalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. This is not an objection per se. It's, I'm rising on a point of order in terms of Rule 123 to Roman 7, which states that the motion cannot contain any, let me just get you 7, may not propose to issue an instruction to the executive, House Chairperson. I would like your ruling in terms of that rule, whether this motion does indeed give an instruction to the executive, in which case it would not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhalakis. Listening to the motion without notice of an honorable member, I don't think it does give a directive instruction to the minister, because she does say she calls upon the minister, which is a persuasion of a matter, not of a directive that the minister must do such and such on such and such a date. So then it falls off, it doesn't fall under Rule 123. We will then agree to the motion. I will then call upon that we take a decision, because there was a point of order. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. EFF.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the successful 4th African Youth Kung Fu Championship held at Fairbairn College in Cape Town from the 26th of April 2026. Notes the teams from Botswana, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Malawi, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Zambia participate in this annual event. Also notes that South Africa Kung Fu, also fondly known as Blitzforce, won the championship with 16 gold medals. Further notes that the teams from Zimbabwe finishes second place with 6 medals, with Zambia and Botswana tied to third place with 3 medals. Acknowledge the dedication of the world champion Shimfu Muhammad Jonaid in organizing the annual championship. Further acknowledge Shimfu, also known as MJ Lee, is a Hall of Fame inductee for his dedication in developing the sport in South Africa. Sends its warm regards to Blitz Force, in particular the coach Muhammad, for flying South African flag high. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes the arrest of 8 officials from the Department of Home Affairs in April 2026 for alleged corruption, fraud, and misuse of government system for personal benefits. Recognize and welcome the work of law enforcement agencies for acting quickly against crime in government and for showing commitment to clean governance, accountability, and the rules of law. Further recognizes that corruption in important departments like Home Affairs damages national security, reduces public trust, weakens service delivery, and goes against the values of our constitution. Strongly condemn this action and calls on all government institutions and members of public to stay alert and report any corruption or wrongdoing to the relevant authority. I move. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. IFP.
I move without notice that this House congratulates the Molman Group and the city of Mhlathuze on the opening of Prince Chelezi Mall in Mbangeni. It remembers that, formerly known as Green Hills Mall, the center has been renamed in honor of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi and stands as a tribute to his enduring legacy of leadership and commitment to community upliftment. Acknowledges that economic freedom and community development were central to work of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Recognizes that in a tough economic climate since opening, the mall has already begun to make a meaningful impact, creating over 1,200 jobs and introducing a new level of accessibility, convenience, and choice for surrounding communities. Congratulates the Molman Group and the city of Mhlathuze on preserving in the legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi with creating jobs. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. PA.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes with great pride the outstanding achievements of young Daryl Botha from Pella in the Northern Cape, who has been crowned the under-19 South African 100-meter champion. Further acknowledges his astonishing personal best performance of an unconfirmed 10.42 seconds, a time that places him among the most promising young sprinters in the country. That this House congratulates Daryl for bringing honor to his community and serving as an inspiration to youth of rural South Africa, proving that talent, discipline, and determination can overcome barriers. That this House commits to supporting and celebrating young athletes like Daryl Botha, whose achievements uplift their communities and showcase the full potential of our nation. I so move on Spaizani in English. Don't be sad.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. FF Plus.
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House, 1, notes with deep appreciation the life and exceptional achievements of Mimi Kurtse, one of South Africa's most distinguished operatic sopranos who passed away on 27 April 2026. 2, further notes that she enjoyed an illustrious international career, most notably at the Vienna State Opera, where she performed in more than 400 productions over nearly 2 decades, earning acclaim for her technical brilliance and artistic excellence. 3, acknowledges that she received numerous prestigious honors, including being awarded the title of Kammersängerin in Austria, one of the highest recognitions for an opera singer, as well as South African honors such as the Order of Meritorious Service and the Order of Ikhamanga for outstanding contribution to music and culture. 4, recognizes the invaluable contribution to the development of the arts in South Africa. And 5, expresses its sincere gratitude and admiration for her enduring legacy which continues to inspire generations of South Africans. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Action SA, I move without notice that the House notes with alarm the deeply troubling state of public health care in South Africa, as evidenced by recent incidents in Limpopo hospitals, which highlight severe delays, dysfunction, and the failure of facilities to provide timely and adequate care to patients. Acknowledges that all across the country, patients are routinely subjected to overcrowded hospitals, long waiting times, staff shortages, and failing infrastructure, undermining their constitutional right to access quality health care. Recognizes the grave concern at renal units in particular, where patients in need of life-saving dialysis treatment face limited capacity and delayed access, which place their lives at significant risk. Further recognizes that these challenges are the direct result of prolonged mismanagement without urgent intervention. The collapse of specialized units such as renal care will have fatal consequences for the most vulnerable patients, and calls on this House to prioritize the immediate strengthening of public health care services, including the expansion and proper resourcing of renal units, improved hospital management, and strict accountability for officials who fail in their duties. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows the recent surge in private sector capital investment in South Africa, driven by ongoing structural reforms in the energy, freight logistics, and telecommunications sector. Welcomes the commitments made in the State of the Nation address alongside key policy interventions such as Operation Vola, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and infrastructure-led development programs, which are yielding tangible results in restoring investor confidence. Believes that these reforms are laying a firm foundation for inclusive economic growth, industrial expansion, and sustainable development, whilst enhancing the competitiveness of the South African economy. Acknowledge that increased investment plays a critical role in the ongoing efforts of job creation, skills development, and broad-based economic participation, particularly for young people and historically disadvantaged communities. Further acknowledges the role of government, social partners, and the private sector in working collaboratively to rebuild as well as transform the economy, and calls on all stakeholders to sustain this momentum in advancing growth, transformation, and shared prosperity. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ACTP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I move without notice that the House, 1, notes with grave concern the rapid increase in drug use and the proliferation of illegal drug trade in communities across South Africa, which continues to destroy families, fuel violent crime, and undermine the social and economic fabric of our nation. Secondly, further notes that vulnerable communities, particularly the youth, are increasingly exposed to substance abuse with devastating long-term consequences for public health, safety, and development. Thirdly, acknowledges the urgent need for a strengthened, coordinated, and intelligence-driven response from all law enforcement and prosecutorial authorities, to combat the scourge of illegal drugs. Fourthly, recognizes that the persistence of drug syndicates is often enabled by weak enforcement, insufficient investigations, and failures to secure successful prosecutions. Therefore, calls on all crime-fighting agencies, including SAPS and the relevant prosecuting authorities, to intensify efforts to investigate, arrest, and successfully prosecute those involved in the manufacture, distribution, and sale of illegal drugs without fear, favor, or prejudice. And further calls for enhanced interagency collaboration, improved community policing initiatives, and stronger preventative and rehabilitation programs to address both the supply and demand aspects of the drug crisis in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. DA.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House acknowledges that transferring land without adequate support is not reform but abandonment, notes the increasing number of land reform projects that are failing due to limited finance, skills, and infrastructure. Further notes that millions of South Africans on communal land still lack secure, enforceable tenure rights, recognizes the need for a comprehensive audit of post-settlement support, and that land insecurity hampers investment, dignity, and economic involvement. Calls on the Portfolio Committee of Land Reform and Rural Development to oversee that a comprehensive, transparent audit of post-settlement support is conducted and ensure that this aims to prevent setting beneficiaries up to fail and instead to promote their success. And also assist in the implementation of concrete measures to ensure secure tenure rights, especially for historically disadvantaged groups such as women. Without secure tenure rights, land reform remains merely symbolic. This motion transcends politics. It focuses on restoring credibility, accountability, and effective delivery in the department that has promised much but achieved little. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion.
MK objects.
Honorable Douglas, Honorable Skosana.
The ANC object, Chair.
With those objections, the motion will then be converted to a notice of motion. MK.
Somlomo mangikhumbuze lendlu ukuthi umntwana waphinda angene nobaba Mandela nobaba de Klerk bathembisa isilo samaZulu ukuthi uzoba yi-constitutional monarch kuze kube namhlanje akakaze ayinikezwe lonto. Namandla akhe eyinkantolo uma sithi amandla asisho inkosi yaseNgilandi asisho inkosi yamaDutch asisho futhi umfundisi omkhulu waseRoma sisho amaZulu lapha kwaZulu Natal. I hereby move without notice that the House notes the growing concern raised by traditional leadership regarding the continued political interference in the land held under customary system, including land administered through the Ingonyama Trust. Further notes that millions of South Africans living under traditional authority remains excluded from meaningful control and custodianship of their land, despite constitutional commitments to dignity. Recognizes the role of Amakhosi and traditional institutions as legitimate custodians of communal land accountable to their communities. Acknowledges that the current legislative frameworks have, in practice, concentrated decision-making powers in the boards and political offices, often without adequate consultation with traditional leaders, and resolves that Parliament must urgently review all legislation affecting communal land to ensure that authorities restore to rightful custodians, communities, and are protected from political overreach, and land governance reflects the will and the lived realities of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. EFF.
Honorable House Chair, I move on behalf of the economic freedom fighters for this House to note that May Day 2026 marked International Workers' Day among ongoing challenges of high unemployment, particularly among the youth, and the continued struggles of the working class for economic freedom and dignity. Acknowledges the resilience and contributions of South African workers to the economy, including those in townships, mining, manufacturing, and emerging sectors such as renewable energy. Commends organized labor and communities for highlighting the need for radical economic transformation, job creation, and an end to inequality and exploitation. Conveys solidarity with all workers and the unemployed, calling on the nation to prioritize meaningful employment, as well as land and economic redistribution to achieve true economic freedom in our lifetime, and reminds the working class that in the midst of high fuel prices, indebtedness, and the rising cost of living, it is time to unite and recognize that only through solidarity can workers be victorious. As Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels declared in the Communist Manifesto, workers of all lands unite. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The UDM.
Well, the United Democratic Movement moves without notice that this House congratulates football legend Theophilus Dr. Khumalo on receiving an honorary doctorate from Tshwane University of Technology in recognition of his exceptional talent and lifelong contribution to South African international football. Notes that Dr. Khumalo was awarded an honorary doctorate of philosophy in science, specializing in kinesiology and coaching science, not only for his remarkable football career, but also for his unwavering commitment to developing and inspiring future generation of players.
Honourable Kwankwa, my apologies. I see a hand there. Just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. My apologies to Honourable Kwankwa for doing that to him. House Chairperson, I just want to inquire if members deviate from the motion that was circulated, adding on phrases and paragraphs. I rise again in terms of Rule 123(2) Roman 7, then surely that cannot be regarded as the motion that was circulated to the House, if there are add-ons. And I would like your ruling in this case. If that is true, then certainly the motion of the EFF that served just now cannot be regarded as having been circulated. Thank you.
Honourable Michalakis, thank you for that intervention. However, you had an opportunity to both object or at that point in time raise your concern.
I had my hand up.
No, you definitely did not. We have moved on. Honourable Kwankwa, my apologies for the interruption. Please proceed.
Now, can we start from the beginning? Now it's chaotic. I don't even know where I was, Chair. As a belief. Okay. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House congratulates football legend Theophilus Dr. Khumalo on receiving an honorary doctorate from Tshwane University of Technology in recognition of his exceptional talent and lifelong contribution to South African and international football. Notes that Dr. Khumalo was awarded an honorary doctorate of philosophy in science, specializing in kinesiology and coaching science, not only for his remarkable football career, but also for his unwavering commitment to developing and inspiring future generations of players. Remembers his outstanding career, having played over 400 matches for Kaizer Chiefs between 1986 and 2002, and earning more than 50 caps for Bafana, where he helped to shape the identity of the national team on the international stage. Further remembers his role in the historic 1996 Cup of Nations victory, as well as his participation in the 1998 FIFA World Cup. He remains one of South Africa's greatest footballers and highly respected coach, talent scout, and football analyst. Acknowledges that his honor cements his legacy. This honor, rather, cements his legacy beyond the field of play. Mtungwa will forever be remembered as an Amakosi legend who brought immense joy to millions of South African football-loving people and as a true icon of the beautiful game of football. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that this House notes that World Press Freedom Day is annually observed on May 3rd to inform the international community that freedom of the press and freedom of expression are fundamental human rights. Further notes that this day reminds people that many journalists brave death or face jail to bring daily news to the public, understands that the day gives people the chance to pay tribute to media professionals who risked or lost their lives in the line of duty, further understands that the theme of World Press Freedom Day this year is, and I quote, shaping a future at peace, promoting press freedom for human rights, development, and security, unquote, and call on all to recognize that press freedom is not merely and solely a media concern, but a vital democratic principle that serves the benefits of everyone. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Rise Mzansi. If Rise Mzansi is not present, we move on. Okay, thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Build One South Africa moves without notice that this House notes the recent appointment of Advocate Thembeka Tobi as an acting judge to the Constitutional Court, recognizes his exceptional contribution as a jurister, calls upon this House. We recognize the importance of maintaining the independence and integrity and credibility of the judiciary, and affirms that judicial appointments must at all times uphold constitutional principles, including transparency and public confidence, and calls for continued adherence to due diligence in all judicial appointments to safeguard the rule of law. I so move.
Thank you, honourable members. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The ATM. If not, the ANC.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that South Africa's Sinesipho Dambile produced a lifetime best to claim the men's 200 meters at the 2026 Cape Kano Classic in Nairobi on Friday, 20 April. Further notes that the 24-year-old upset Jamaica's world bronze medalist, Brian Level, with a stunning run at the 2026 World Athletics Continental Tour, dipping at the line in time of 19.77 seconds. Understand that Dambile chopped 0.2 seconds off his previous personal best, launching himself into second place in South Africa's all-time list. Remembers that he made a triumphant return to Nairobi, where he won the bronze medal in the half-lap event at the 2021 World Athletics Under-20 Championships, and extends its congratulations to Dambile on his much-deserved victory. I so move.
Honourable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Al-Jamaa.
On behalf of Al-Jamaa, I, Imran Ismail Musa, move without notice that the House acknowledges the University of Cape Town's Vice-Chancellor, Musa Moshabela's justification of awarding an honorary doctorate to Gift of the Giver's founder, Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman. Further acknowledges that Moshabela responded to an open letter from more than 300 alumni, staff, students, and donors who condemned the honorary doctorate as out of step with the university's values. Number 3 notes that those who raised objections to the honorary doctorate I oppose to Suleiman's pro-Palestine stance and accuse him of anti-Semitism. Number 4, notes that the university's response to the objections is that the honorary doctorate was based on Suleiman's long record of humanitarian work, delivering aid in crisis across South Africa and beyond. Number 5, further notes that humanitarian work reflects the university's commitment to public service and engaged citizenship. I so move.
Honorable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? The ACDP?
The ACDP objects.
With that objection, honorable members, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The DA?
Good evening, House Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that tourism remains the key driver of job creation and that South Africa has untapped potential for agri-tourism, including farm stays, wine and food tourism. Acknowledge that while agri-tourism can stimulate rural economies by supporting SMMEs, local producers, emerging farmers and hospitality services, it remains poorly coordinated and underdeveloped due to infrastructure challenges, safety concerns, and limited marketing support. Further notes, agri-tourism can unlock inclusive growth and sustainable jobs in South Africa. And fourthly, Chairperson, encourage the Minister of Tourism again to establish a dedicated agri-tourism program within the department with measurable targets and to work with the relevant department and provinces to develop and promote agri-tourism routes, expand skills development, and support rural enterprises. I so move.
Honorable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The NCC? If not, the ANC.
House Chairperson, I think they are held up at the moment.
Thank you, Honorable Maimani. They have more than one member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes that the Proteas women's team secure a landmark 4-1 series victory, defeating the Indian women in a 5-match T20 international series concluded on April 27, 2026. Further notes the Proteas women won the 5th T20 by 23 runs in Benoni. Acknowledges that Captain Laura Volvaert was named player of the series, scoring 330 runs, the most by a woman in any T20 bilateral series, including an unbeaten 92 of 56 balls in the final match and a record-breaking 115 of 53 balls in the 3rd T20. I further acknowledge that the victory showcased dominant batting and disciplined bowling from players like Nonkululeko Komlaba, Nadine de Klerk, marking a high point for South Africa cricket on the global stage, and congratulate the Proteas women team and wishes them well on their upcoming matches in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England in June 2026. I so move.
Thank you, honorable members. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The PIC? If not, the UIT?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Please allow me to sit. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the United African Transformations that this House note and celebrate the recent collaboration initiative between the UAT Persons with Disability and Lesedi Pathways, which on the 1st of April 2026 distributed 50 wheelchairs at Fanang Diatla Crèche in Ward 27, Hamatabata in Limpopo Province. This decisive and meaningful intervention, held in a spirit of Ubuntu and Pan-African solidarity,
affirm UAT's commitment to serving the destitute, the orphans, the widows, and enrich their lives through dignity, accessibility, and transformative service delivery. Let this House acknowledge the UAT's endless pathway for their leadership and unwavering commitment in a spirit of Ubuntu. We are the United African Transformation. I so move.
I now put this motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Good Party. MK.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby move without notice that the House notes the escalating cost of living facing South Africans, driven by rising fuel prices, increasing food costs, and growing financial pressure on households. Further notes that fuel price increases are significantly driven by government-imposed taxes and levies, which continue to burden the working class and the poor. Acknowledges that millions of South Africans are forced to choose between transport, food, and other basic necessities. Recognizes that with local government elections approaching, promises will once again be made to address these challenges without tackling their root causes, and resolves that Parliament must urgently review the fuel price structure, including taxes and levies, to provide immediate relief to struggling households. Thank you.
Honourable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Reddy, it would seem you don't know in your party what the left hand doesn't know what the right hand will be doing. You sought earlier an opportunity to introduce this matter, and now your party has found a way. We move on to the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chair, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with alarm reports that approximately 800 million rand of taxpayers' money is spent annually on salaries of suspended public servants. Further notes that hundreds of officials remain on precautionary suspension far beyond the prescribed 90-day period, with some cases dragging on for years without resolution. Acknowledges that this reflects a systemic failure of accountability and discipline within the public service. Recognizes that this wasteful expenditure comes at the expense of frontline service delivery to South Africans, and calls on the Portfolio Committee of Public Service and Administration to implore the Minister to urgently account to Parliament to take immediate steps to ensure that disciplinary processes are concluded within strict time frames, and that those responsible for delays are held accountable. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections. Agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with profound sadness the passing on of Albert Mazibuko, referred as wise elder of Lady Smith Black Mambazo. Acknowledge his enormous contribution to the South African music and cultural heritage through the global success of Lady Smith Black Mambazo, whose musical sound carried the spirit and resilience of our people across the world. Recognizes his role as a custodian of indigenous musical traditions, particularly Itzatamiya, as a mentor who guided generations of artists with humility and wisdom. Believes that his legacy will continue to inspire unity, discipline, and cultural pride among South Africans and the broader international community, and conveys its heartfelt condolences to his family group members, friends, and all those whose lives he touched through his artistry, and honor his life as a towering figure in the preservation and promotion of South African rich history, cultural identity. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I move on behalf of the ANC that it is next sitting, the House debate prioritizing the professionalization of the public sector and ensuring that suitable, qualified, and capable people are always appointed to the right position. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chairperson, seaters continue to fail South Africa's youth. They undermine government skills development objectives and are quite frankly a waste of this country's taxpayers' money. I therefore move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, in its next sitting, debates the value and effectiveness of sector, education and training authorities in realizing tangible skills development, job creation and economic growth. I so move.
Thank you. MK Party.
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of Mkondo Wesizwe that the House notes the risk of dual citizenship being allowed willy-nilly by the Department of Home Affairs to occur. One risk example is that at the rate we are moving, one day we might wake up with a South African president who lives elsewhere, none other than South Africa. Further, that the allegiance to the country where you stay and pay taxes be the guide or priority and more other important factors for consideration of this. And calls on the Department of Home Affairs to prioritize people who are affected and impacted by the service delivery and political environment of the country where they reside for many aspects of political involvement. And that allegiance to South Africa as a country and its flag form part of swearing in or confirmation to the allegiance to your country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The FF. Does the FF have a motion?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chairperson, Settlers Hospital in Makanda local municipality has been without water since the 26th of April 2026. This poses a serious risk to patients and workers, and it is not only the hospital, and it is not the only hospital facing this crisis of inhumane conditions with dysfunctional toilets because of a lack of water. I move that in the next sitting, the House debates the water crisis facing our hospitals and clinics. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable House Chair, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates greater involvement of traditional leaders in local government to foster cooperation in improving service delivery and responsiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thanks, House Chairperson. On behalf of the Akata Freedom Party, I hereby give the notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that is House debate, the agent coordination and measurable implementation are required to the meaningful address to social economic challenges confronting South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. The PI.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I hereby give notice that I intend to move at the next sitting of this House, that this House notes with concern that most, if not all government forums and programs offering training and job opportunities imposes an age limit of 35 years. That this House further notes that such restrictions amount to age discrimination, excluding skilled and capable individuals who remain economically active and willing to contribute to the growth and the development of our nation. That this House strongly opposes these discriminatory practices and calls on government to review and amend all policies and programs to ensure inclusivity, fairness, and equal opportunities for all South Africans, regardless of their ages. I so move, and on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, take note that ons paisani.
The FF Plus.
House Chairperson, I hereby give notice on behalf of Freedom Front Plus that the House at its next session debates the high amount of legal cost within the Department of Health, the court cases that is ongoing in respect of a national health insurance as well as medical legal claims, Parliament to address the current high legal cost on the NHI and measures to combat medical legal claims. I thank you. I so move.
Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move on behalf of Action SA that the House at its next sitting debates the far-reaching fiscal consequences arising from the recent judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal against the Road Accident Fund, with the potential exposure of the national fiscus to liabilities estimated at approximately 180 billion due to unlawfully rejected claims and the fund's broader financial instability, which may see a total liabilities exceed 500 billion. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate implementing strategies to strengthen the teaching of mathematics at all grade levels, with particular emphasis on the foundation phase. Thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP will move at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the state of South African ports and whether they are able to efficiently handle and benefit from increased marine traffic as ships reroute around South Africa to avoid the dangerous Red Sea and Suez Canal routes. I thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The brutal killing of Sergio and Marlene Gomez in Mahikeng has once again exposed the harsh reality of violent crime in our country. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move that this House at its next sitting debate solutions to fix the police, strengthening accountability within SAPS, ensuring regular competency assessments, lifestyle audits, strict consequence management for misconduct, expansion of policing powers to competent provinces and metros, and the need to strengthen specialized units such as anti-gang units, rural safety units, and units protecting women and children so that they are properly resourced and able to do their work effectively. I so move.
MK Party.
Honourable House Chair, I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party in the next sitting of the House, that the House debates the state of local government in South Africa ahead of the upcoming local government elections, and further, that Parliament considers urgent measures to address service delivery failures, collapsing infrastructure, and governance challenges affecting municipalities across the country.
The EFF.
Chair, allow me to sit, please. Houseperson, farmers across South Africa are suffering devastating losses as a result of the outbreak of foot and mouth disease. Livestock has perished, and many farmers, particularly small-scale and emerging farmers, has lost their primary source of income. The restriction imposed to contain the disease, including culling and movement controls, have placed severe financial pressure on farming communities and threatened food security and rural livelihood. I move that in the next sitting, this House debate the impact of foot and mouth disease on farmers and the necessary interventions and compensation to support affected farmers and community. Thank you.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the United Democratic Movement, I move that the House in its next sitting discuss the ongoing environmental and governance concerns surrounding the continued discharge of untreated sewage into the Vaal River by Mfulen local municipality. The municipality is currently facing 7 criminal charges in the Vereeniging Magistrate Court relating to water pollution and breaches of environmental legislation. The motion calls for an urgent parliamentary oversight and intervention within municipalities to ensure compliance with environmental laws and to prevent further harm to the national water supply. I so move.
The ANC.
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates social compacting, that is strengthening of partnership between government and non-governmental organizations on advancing national priorities. So I move.
Rise Mzansi. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Build One South Africa, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House that the House notes the introduction of the Employment Equity Amendment Bill 2026 introduced by Build One South Africa, and that the House further notes that the bill seeks to promote remuneration transparency and prohibit the use of past or current remuneration in determining pay. That the House notes the growing public interest and engagement with the bill, including responses from media, civil society, and broader public discourse, and welcomes provisions requiring the disclosure of remuneration ranges in recruitment processes, and that the House calls for public comment on the bill.
The ATM. The ANC.
Oh, no, she's going to. Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the role of sports and the arts in fostering social cohesion and strengthening the nation brand. I thank you.
Al Jamal. The DA.
Honorable House Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House debates at its next sitting the Minister of Small Business Development's failure to remove BBBEE requirements for small businesses and align her department's programs with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as recommended by the report of the Portfolio Committee of 27 June 2025. Thank you.
The NCC. The ANC.
Thank you very much. I hereby rise on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting of this august House, we debate on the issues of ensuring accountability measures and consequence management in order for us to address those who are not complying with laws and regulations that seek to advance inclusion for persons with disabilities, understanding that government, all spheres of government and the private sector must have accountability, understanding that there are systematic barriers that discriminate and exclude persons with disabilities from accessing equal education, access to economic opportunities, access to education, access to employment opportunities, and contributing towards the economy. And therefore, we move that this be debated in the House, that we look into ensuring that we strengthen the accountability and consequence management of ensuring that government and the private sector is held accountable. Thank you very much.
The PIC. The UIT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please allow me to sit. I move on behalf of the United African Transformation that this House, in its next sitting, to debate the urgent matter of deteriorating condition of the Department of Correctional Services. This motion is prompted by the persistent report of inhuman conditions and systematic neglect of correctional facilities, particularly Kgosi Mampuru II Correctional Service Center, reflecting violation of Correctional Service Act and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I so move.
Good Party. MK.
Thank you, House Chair.
I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the MK Party that on the next sitting of the House, that the House must debate on the role and regulations of foreign-owned business that are operating in our own local government community. And further, that the Parliament must consider measures to ensure compliance with South African laws, fair competition, and protect of local economical participation. Spaza shop must be reserved for South African citizens. This is not about exclusion, it's about economic justice.
The DA.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that the House at this next sitting debate the lack of security measures at our military bases as recently seen at the SANDF facility at Tech Base Pretoria, where R4 rifles and grenade launchers were stolen. This not only shows the systemic collapse in basic security and accountability of our security forces, but also pose a direct threat to public safety and our national security. I so move.
The ANC.
Inkosi kakhulu Sihlalo, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates incorporating lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and cholera outbreak in building resilient, accessible, and quality healthcare services in responding to future disasters. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. This House is adjourned.